If you're still outside, we'll give you a minute to please walk in, take your seats. We are ready to start the day. As I had mentioned, we have a packed day, so let's make every opportunity count, every moment count. Let's not waste a lot of time so that we can get to spend this time discussing some of these deliberations. Please come in if you're still outside the tent so that we can start today's program officially. My name is Resian Lebai. For those who are not here today, I'll be taking you through today's program. And as we start, I would like to call on Sheikh Golicha and Minister Munyiri to start the day with a word of prayer for us. Tafadhali karibuni.
tuombe. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghlubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. Ya Rabbil Alamin.
My name is John Munyiri. Let us pray. Father God, we come before you this wonderful morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We also thank you for the gift of rain, and we thank you even for the gift that we are sharing here. As we start off this day, be with us. We commit all the panelists, all the discussions before you, and when we shall come to the end of this day, we shall not forget to say thank you. For this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for leading us in prayer. So just an overview of what is to be expected today. We're going to have plenary sessions like we did yesterday with the first panel that will be led by Dr. Idle Farah, discussing the issue of transformative outcome in addressing policy financing and bottlenecks that hinder pastoralists' development, and establish a framework for using data and evidence to inform pastoralism policies. So we will be playing you a video just to recap what was discussed yesterday. Remember, we had breakout groups in the different tents, and I remember the conversation, especially in the main auditorium, was very heated. It was very engaging. There were more questions than there was time to address all of them. So this is just a recap of the key issues. And also remember, there will be a presentation later on that will highlight some of the key issues and the key asks. Because remember, we said we are not just sitting here as formality. We are not just checking things off a list or a box, saying we came, we discussed, and we went. It's about what outcomes do we seek to achieve, so that when we're seated here for the second edition of the National Pastoralists Conference, we're able to say, based on the outcomes that were discussed in the inaugural event, these are some of the success stories we have been able to curate, and these are some of the changes that we have been able to implement. So today, I will ask every participant, toka na at least jambo moja, that one thing that you want to implement in the remaining part of the year that is different from what you have been doing. Isije ikakuwa is just we are sitting, we are spending time, we are eating, but we are not learning. The most important thing is to live with something that we hope to implement to make our lives either as pastoralists better or as farmers, because we are interacting. I mentioned that I come from Oloitoktok. That is at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro. And in Oloitoktok, as much as it's kind of semi-arid, it's not very arid, but we are lucky that we don't get a lot of rain because it's on the leeward side of Mount Kilimanjaro, but we get periodic rain. When it's rainy season, we get rain. But because all the water from Tanzania and Loitoktok town flow downwards, our water table is very high. So you can do a borehole by just digging with your hands. You don't need machines. So that has made agriculture very robust in this area. And I was just thinking when people were talking about livestock marketing yesterday, that this can actually be an idea we can explore. There's a lot of farm waste every season because we grow maize, we grow tomatoes, onions, vegetables, and all kinds. And with every season, there's a lot of waste. Is there a way, a collaboration that can be pursued? Probably someone can subject matter plug a hole somewhere in arid or much drier lands and without it going to waste, so that we are making use of every opportunity and every threat that we have to work for us. And I was also thinking, when I came here, I was told, make sure you take camel milk, or, ngamia, I don't know if it's dried or there's a certain type of meat that they make here that is very famous. Is there like an online shop where I can actually buy camel's milk? Because we are in the digital space and everybody has access to a phone. Everybody has access to internet. Like you walk all over, you see Elboran 2021 is a Wi-Fi password. So how are we capitalizing such a space? Because I could be in Loitoktok, but I can order something. There is transportation, there is parcels, there is whatnot. And if you're looking at one of the methods that was discussed here yesterday in terms of traditionally drying meat that stays fresh for 3 weeks. So it means you're not afraid that things will go bad. Like these are some of the ideas this team here could think on further and see how they can be implemented, because there is opportunity, there is a space, but how do we put it out there? So those are just some of the things that we picked yesterday. I would not like to take too much of your time because I can keep talking. I would like to welcome Director Humphrey Mokaya from the Kenya School of Government, who are our conveners today, to take us through the presentations and resolutions from the breakout sessions. Karibu, Director. A round of applause as he comes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Lebai. Good morning, everybody. Habari za asubuhi. I will not exactly go through the presentations that were made yesterday, especially the breakaway rooms. But what I want to do on behalf of the school is to thank you very much for the discussions we had yesterday. They were very, very resourceful, very, very rich. Kulikuwa na mazungumzo ambayo yalikuwa na maana sana sana. Na kulikuwa na suluhisho kadha wa kadha ambazo the school will take into account. As we start today, I would like to encourage you to maintain the same spirit and momentum that we had. We want to commit as a school, like Mheshimiwa Elmi said, that this is just a foundational conference that is just getting the information, the outputs that will then lead to the bigger conference that will be held in Wajir. So we are actually picking out these particular outputs, and they will then be delivered concretely in the subsequent year and also in the Wajir conference. Otherwise, to thank you very much for what we did yesterday, very rich and resourceful, and to ask you to continue engaging so meaningfully and in such a very, very wonderful way like you did yesterday. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day. Asanteni sana.
I guess I was too excited to hear about the deliberations yesterday. We were to play a video. So allow me to direct your attention to the screens and just get a recap of everything that happened yesterday.
Innovative solutions and sustainable pathways for building resilient pastoral systems in Kenya strategically underscores the very essence of our focus, which is our collective mission to create a sustainable future for pastoralist communities. We recognize the urgent need to end drought emergencies, ensure food security, combat climate change, and build resilience.
I am very privileged to work alongside these very resilient communities in Kenya and witness their ability not only to survive, but to innovate, to adapt to challenges that many would have found overwhelming. I am talking of a woman who is in Ileret, all the way back in North Hor, or a woman in Kibish, or even in Dadaab. I find their resilience very inspiring.
And also issues to do with livelihoods diversification. You realize that during drought, these communities, you lose the animals. How can we integrate crop production, livestock production, and even small businesses, so that if this community loses one item, they have a fallback plan where they can be able to continue surviving, taking their children to school and all that.
Pastoralism, as we used to handle it or to manage it, is no longer tenable. And therefore, the need to come up with new ideas and new ways of managing this very, very important aspect of our life. Can we therefore now work together with these partners, with the NGOs, particularly in these regions, in the FCDC counties, on real priority areas like, what do we need in livestock? That being the mainstay of our people. Priority issues. Can we sit down together and indeed outline the key aspects of support that we require as county governors, so that we can move together and indeed create the impact that is required in our counties. Indeed, great pleasure to open, rather officially launch this important pastoralist forum today. Asanteni sana.
We have the Catholic Relief Services, we have the National Drought Management Authority, we have different government agencies, and of course private sector represented by the Cooperative Bank and KCB Bank. Thank you very much. And most importantly, the most important stakeholder is the community. Thank you for your time and commitment to sit and discuss solutions. A round of applause for everybody that made this day a success since yesterday. All right, without further ado, I would like to give you an overview of what to expect today, so that we make the best use of our time. There will be breakout sessions that is much later on, and the rooms will be clearly indicated. But also remember, you can scan the program and get to see what conversations are going on in what tent, so that you can plug into the area where you think it is of most interest or will have the best impact for you. So I will now introduce our first session for the day. We have Dr. Idle Farah, who will be moderating conversations on ASOL policy review and a TRINC. And the guiding questions, these are the questions that we seek to answer through this session. What are the key policy bottlenecks affecting pastoral communities? We're also seeking to see how data and evidence collection can be strengthened to support pastoralism. And finally, how can financing for ASOL development be enhanced? Those who will be joining Dr. Idle Farah on this panel, we have a renowned constitutional lawyer. If I remember correctly, he was one of the members of the committee of experts that drafted the Constitution. We have Dr. Ekuru Aukot, who will be joined by Vincent Ombaka, who's a legal practitioner and policy expert under the TRINC program. Let us welcome them on stage to guide us through this next session.
Good morning, everybody. Our hosts and organizers of the conference, Kenya School of Government, our hosts at Isiolo County Government, all the participants, the pastoralists, the stakeholders, senior government officials who are here, all protocols observed. Good morning. I hope you enjoyed your stay, for those of us who are from outside Isiolo overnight. and you're ready to start this morning. Please allow me to recognize two people who I see here who were not with us yesterday. Dr. Kevin Desai has been our principal secretary for many, many years, a driver of science, technology, and innovation in this country, and a long-time friend. I've served with him on many other committees as well. We have another champion of the North, Honorable Chachu Ganya, who represented the largest constituency in this country for quite a long while, but an academic and a technocrat in his own right, and does a lot of issues with the Northern Kenya. The rest of us, I think we were all together here yesterday. This morning, we want to get into this session, and we know that for sure, development in any country or political setting is really a political process. And it all starts with policy and legislation. And what to look at from a policy perspective, the northern Kenyan counties, or the ASAL counties, as we know them, how have policies affected, or indeed not affected, or maybe even exacerbated, the socioeconomic development of this region? The moderator said that the MC said that we're going to also discuss the data and the financial. But for this session, we really want to concentrate on the policy and the legal framework. So the frontier counties, let me just say my name is Idle Farah, for those who don't know me, CEO of the Frontier Counties Development Council. And at FCDC, together with the World Bank, we did set up a program called the Tackling Regional Inequalities in Northern Kenya. And we're mainly focusing on policy. And the policy aspects in this essence was looking at from independence, and maybe even slightly earlier than independence. What policy did the government of the day adopt to help the northern region of Kenya develop alongside the rest of the country that we call Kenya? Yesterday, you also heard from the various breakout sessions in the livestock sector, in peace and cohesion sector, in infrastructure, human development, that we are never short of policies in this country. In fact, the director of livestock, Mr. Bishar Pile, told us about 26 strategies and policies sitting on his desk, touching on livestock and how livestock industry can be improved, particularly for the pastoralists. So, where is the disconnect between the impact that we see in northern Kenya and what the government goes through? We know that for sure, before 1963, in the colonial government, there were a lot of legislations that were very, very oppressive for the northern Kenyan counties. In fact, it was a no-go zone. There were special passes that you needed for you to migrate from the northern Kenyan counties to get into Nairobi, both cargo and livestock. They were called the outlier districts. They were called the frontier counties or the frontier districts. And essentially, the colonial government treated this region as a buffer zone between, those other very hostile border points with Somalia, with Ethiopia, with Sudan, northeast of Uganda. And therefore, the policy was to spend money on security and nothing else other than security. And the security was also a sort of a group punishment security rather than helping the individual thrive. Later on, of course, we got the infamous Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 that gave over 80% of the development funds of this country to high potential areas, which essentially cut out a number of this. But with time, we had progressive development in terms of policy and legislation. And I really do not want to steal away the thunder from my panelists, because the apex of this, the critical crest of success, was actually the Constitution of Kenya 2010 that brought about devolution, that also recognized in the Constitution that there were areas that were left behind. And for the first time, the words like marginalization, inequalities did come up in our legislation, as well as in our policies. So this morning we want to take a deep dive into work that has been undertaken by colleagues, eminent persons for the FCDC under the Tackling Regional Inequalities in Northern Kenya project. And all this will finally come as a policy brief to the Kenya government on how to continue to handle the socio-economic development of the region. So in my panel, and already the names have been mentioned, Dr. Ekuro Okot. Dr. Ekuro's CV speaks for itself. I think a lot of people kept asking me yesterday evening, we are seeing this man on the, is he going to come? And even this morning, they kept asking. So briefly, Dr. Ekuro Okot is a constitutional lawyer, a former presidential candidate of this country. He was the CEO of the Committee of Experts. So every time, you see all these lawyers and political analysts talking on TV and saying the Constitution is clear, the law is clear. I just remember the people who made the law actually with us here. So I keep remembering Dr. Ekuro Okot and these people. But nevertheless, he has agreed to kindly undertake this task and to look at the developments that we have had since the Constitution 2010 came in on the marginalization issues, on Equalization Fund, and other aspects for the Northern Kenyan and devolution itself. Vincent Obaka is also an advocate of the High Court with vast experience in the Northern Kenyan counties in terms of policy issues. He's done a lot of work on livestock and a number of even water and sanitation in the region. And he will be looking at more on the policy aspects. And he'll be focusing on specifically the sessional paper number 8 of 2010 or 2008, 2012, on the ASAL and the development of the region, and what has come out of it to date, and what are the recommendations way forward. So let me take this opportunity. It will not be a moderated session between ourselves for the initial part, as we saw yesterday. It will actually be presentations from the two individuals, and then we can open for discussion from the rest of the group. And we're hoping that the final presentation out of your feedback incorporated will be presented in the Pastoralists Leadership Summit coming up in December in Wajir. So Dr. Ekuro Okot, please you can talk about from here.
Thank you so much, Prof. Habari zenu. So I'm going to do a quick presentation on what called the review of the legal and policy framework, but I'll focus more on the legal because my colleague Ombaka will speak on the policy part of it. And my focus will be on the Equalization Fund. And I'll try to take you through what that fund entails, especially for the frontier counties, the NFDs. So the first thing, just to set the background straight, is that, you see, the whole idea of marginalization started with the political history of the NFD, the Northern Frontier Districts, as it was called at the time. And many of you may recall what we used to call the Kenya of the North. Even today, our people will call you and ask you, habari ya Kenya, if you're in Nairobi. So there is that disconnect that has always been there historically. And this is what set the stage for the marginalization of the frontier counties. Up until when we started doing the Constitution of Kenya 2010, some of these questions were asked. How then do we equalize these frontier counties with the rest of Kenya? And there are many very simple examples one can draw. Today, drive from, say, Meru or Nyeri to Nairobi. Almost every few kilometers you will see an institution. But I would like you also to drive from Isiolo here all the way to Takaba or Mandera or Wajer, and you will see how you can see there is a vacuum. There is sort of a disconnect. So that political history is very, very important, even for the framers of the law, for the policy formulators, so that then you can begin to actually equalize this country. Now, we analyzed the following laws and policies. But before I go to the laws and policies, one of the things that has emerged when we were doing this project was the need to define what really is a marginalized community. Because it seems to me the failure to appreciate the definition of marginalized community or marginalization is actually impacting on bad policies, on bad laws. And why isn't government really effecting equality or equity in these regions? But so that you don't think it's my own view, when we did the Constitution of Kenya, and I want to refer all of you to Article 260 of the Constitution, what it's called the interpretation part of our Constitution, it defines a marginalized community to mean a community that, because of its relatively small population or for any other reason, has been unable to fully, and this is the words I want us to align, to fully participate in the integrated social and economic life of Kenya as a whole. So if you look at our communities, have they really fully been integrated to participate in the social and economic life of Kenya as a whole? Number two, it's a traditional community that out of a need or desire to preserve its unique culture and identity from assimilation has remained outside the integrated social and economic life of Kenya as a whole. So that, for example, today, we cannot force the Ogiek, the Sengwer, the Boni people to be part of the other community because they want to preserve that culture of theirs. Number three is an indigenous community that has retained and maintained a traditional lifestyle and livelihood based on a hunter or gatherer economic, or lastly, pastoralist persons and communities, whether they are nomadic or a settled community that, because of its relative geographical isolation, geographical isolation, I repeat those words, has experienced only marginal participation in the integrated social and economic life of Kenya as a whole. So I would not want to belabor you into all this, because the Constitution goes ahead to discuss marginalized community, marginalized group, what that means. If today, for example, you're in Kibra and you are a Nubian person, you know, you don't have to necessarily be from the NFD. But it could also be, there is also marginalization within marginalization. So you have people in Kibra living in a urban settlement, but they are on matters land, matters economy, they're actually being relegated. So the project looked at the following areas, and I will just walk you through them quickly on a PowerPoint presentation. The Constitution of Kenya 2010. Number 2, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill number 14 of 2023. Which was originated from the Senate. Number 3, policy on the criteria for identifying marginalized areas and sharing of the Equalization Fund 2013. This is what we call the first marginalization policy. Then number 4 is we looked at the policy and criteria for sharing revenue among marginalized areas. That's of 2018, what we call the second policy. And then, of course, number 5 is Public Finance Management or Equalization Fund Administration Regulations of 2021. Then lastly, we also looked at the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. This is Cap 412A of the Constitution of Kenya, of the laws of Kenya, sorry. So what does the Constitution say about this whole question of marginalization? So one of the things that I've seen over a period of time, and for the 14 years now I think we've had the Constitution, is the failure of our counties, the frontier counties, to actually read, for example, Article 6, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya. That committees, including that at lowest level, is this in line with the principle of subsidiarity? And let me explain that. Basically, the principle of subsidiarity is simple. You let the people who are feeling the pinch make the decisions. But this too much bureaucracy, all these levels, is actually denying those people the opportunity to make a decision. What is our need as pastoralists, as nomads from this region, from this ward, from this locality? Is there potential for conflict with advisory board, which is to advise on projects to be prioritized? Why not just take these projects directly? And that's why I begin by Article 6 of Article 3, that you must devolve your services and organs to each and every part of the Republic of Kenya. So the question then becomes, what then should be the decision-making body for us to be able to realize the intents of the Constitution, the spirit or even the letter of the Constitution? So reduce this bureaucracy. Let the people decide. In fact, for me today, if you ask me, I'm not even sure we need all the 47 counties in Kenya. But I think we need the 1,450 wards if we are actually to equalize this country. It's like the argument now is that we are devolving corruption. So the other issue that is raised in the bill is that clause 16, when you read it, the fund is to finance programs or projects for the provision of the following basic services. I think I've said about that. Water, sanitation, roads, health facilities, electricity, such other basic services as shall be identified by the Commission on Revenue Allocation as requiring implementation. Identified by Commission on Revenue Allocation. Not by you in the ward, not by you at the county level. It is a Commission on Revenue Allocation that sits in Nairobi that will identify for you those functions. It's a debate we must have, whether this is really proper in the law or not. We can amend the law. The question then we are raising, should the CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation, be the one to identify the services to be funded? Or should it be the committee at the ward level? What if the two bodies are at odds with each other? Okay? So the sixth issue you'll see in the bill is that the wording of the clause appears to make it a foregone conclusion that the four services, that is water, roads, electricity, and health, must be financed. Must be financed. What if not a priority for a marginalized area? So we need to think about how to reopen these provisions of the law so that then we can actually prioritize what are the people's needs. You know, we can't force you to eat ugali every day. Yeah. Why not, for example, and this is a question that we keep on asking. Are we okay? I think we are we are not on the same slide. Can you move it again? Yeah. Again? Yes. If insecurity is a problem in the frontier counties, or education is a problem in the frontier counties, why do you restrict us to only talk about water, electricity, health, and the rest? What is the priority today in the frontier counties, if you ask me? Yeah? In fact, health may not even be a bigger problem in the frontier counties. But you give a nomad water, yes, of course, you have probably solved about 80% of their problem. But what about insecurity? What about education? What about employment? What about land? So that today, a nomad pastor can tell you, I can traverse 1,000 of kilometers, but I cannot even secure a title to go and seek a loan in a bank to be able to economically empower myself. Yet Article 43 of the Constitution talks about economic rights. So why is economic rights only defined in terms of other counties and not in the context of, and what are those factors that actually empower people economically? So again, I think the question of the cabinet secretary and all that is being raised, but this is the question we are posing. Is this a carte blanche for the CS to override, veto the wishes of the people? I think I've spoken about subsidiarity. I don't want to repeat. But it does not provide for a closed list of services to be funded like the COK. This is, in our view, laudable. At least the bill is not closing the list. So it's opening up the space. So the question then is, how are you as frontier counties now negotiating to reopen other areas of interest to you? I'll just give an example of, say, insecurity, education, if it is roads, for example, and others. So the third legal framework we look at, Public Finance Equalization Fund Regulations of 2021. And just briefly, I'll say this. The regulations currently provide the administrative structure, including setting up the Equalization Fund Advisory Board and the various technical committees. Secondly, power is vested on Advisory Board to decide on the programs and projects to be implemented on a priority basis. Yet the project identification and implementation committee is also given powers to identify and prioritize projects in beneficiary areas in line with guidelines issued by the administrator of the fund. The question I would like you to debate, and you will have my presentation, is it an overlap or a recipe for conflict or usurpation of powers? Why create all these bodies? The potential for conflict is there. Number three, the regulations, you'll see that institutional framework consists of CS Treasury, the Advisory Board, the Secretariat, the Administrator of the Fund, County Technical Committee, Sub-County Technical Committee, Project Identification, all those people. And all these bodies, institutions, have a role in the administration, monitoring, and oversight of the fund. Accorded various and nearly competing and overlapping functions. Is it too much, bulky, efficient? I think it's a question we are throwing back to you. This is what we found in these regulations. And I hope our members of parliament will pick this up when this law comes to before enactment. Now, we also looked at Regulation 24 of the regulations provided that funds shall be utilized as a conditional grants to the affected counties in accordance with the Division of Revenue Act and the County Allocation Revenue Act. Then, initially, funds was disbursed through National Government Line Ministry. There has been low absorption rate of the funds, about 32% of planned projects implemented. So we raised the following question, that's why we want to discuss it with you. How about direct disbursement of funds to project implementation units at ward level? Can it work? Secondly, how do we deal with delayed and low disbursement rate of the funds? Delayed and low disbursement rates of the funds. Here is a question. Who is actually delaying the disbursement of these funds? It cannot be the people who need the service. It can only be the people who are actually managing these funds at whatever level. Why are people, leaders who claim to have been marginalized for a long time, not able to bring themselves at par with the rest of Kenya? Is this a leadership question? And Weshimiwa, we spoke about this at, in our last PPG meeting. Why aren't our leaders making enough noise? Why are our governors becoming super rich overnight, while people at their ward levels are poor? All of a sudden, some nondescript person becomes a governor, and all of a sudden they are buying homes in Dubai, Nairobi, wherever the place may be, but their people are poor. And that's why I thought maybe I should disclose the secret I had with Honorable Helmi today. I told him, why are you not running for governor of Wajir at the right time? So that we can have the right guys who actually, because Honorable Helmi was actually very instrumental in formation of some of these policies. So maybe it's a leadership question. We are not putting the right guys in the right place. And of course, we can ask that question also at the risk of sounding political now, at the very national level. Now, we also looked at the second marginalization policy. Now, Commission on Revenue Allocation considers both the population of an area and the level of deprivation in determining the criteria for sharing of revenue from the Equalization Fund. Is population alone sufficient to determine how to equalize people? The second policy utilize the 2009. Can you imagine? We are in 2024. But the second policy, imagine still using the 2009 national census data, which of course is even questionable, especially if you come to pastoralist communities. I mean, the census was never always accurate. So how useful is this data during formulation of the policy in 2018? But you're using data of 2009. 9 years later, imagine. We are in 2024 and still using old data. Challenges of census access in frontier counties is a fact. Everybody knows that, you know. So we don't really add improved sanitation and electricity to construct an index of deprivation. Now, roads were excluded from the analysis owing to lack of credible data on roads. What is the impact of this on frontier countries, given land mass and a few tarmacked roads? Prof, you can stop me by the way if I exceed my time. So, which useful metric for accessing the indicator of roads should be used? First policy used a percentage of tarmacked roads in an area, which ignored the fact that roads needed in an area depend on population density and size of the area, especially for the FCDC counties. Now, is use of a percentage of tarmacked roads in an area without more an appropriate metric, given that marginalization areas, especially in those counties, have fewer roads overall in the first place? Why use roads when you know that actually the policy over a period of time has neglected those areas in terms of roads? So the third policy currently being prepared by CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation, is using 2019 census data. Is there any other more granular data available for usage? It's a question we want to pose to you in this conference. Second, lastly, we want to look at the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Section 18 of that act gives power to the National Treasury to administer the Equalization Fund. It gives the minister power, not you, the person who actually needs that service. So this is why we are raising this legal question, so that we are able to fix this issue correctly. Secondly, regulations vest this on advisory board, as does the Equalization Fund Bill. Thirdly, given Section 6 of the Public Finance Management Act, it declares supremacy of the statute over other public finance statutes. We feel that there is need for amendment to delete the provision on administration and requisitions to avoid conflict with the Equalization Fund Administrative Bill of 2023. So there is already a conflict of laws and regulations in the effective management of this fund, so as to be able to equalize these counties with the rest of Kenya. I think, in conclusion, I want to say that we have come up with, I don't know, Prof, if I have too much time, another 10 minutes or less, because I want to discuss the recommendations. What are we recommending after this research? So, we have about 13 recommendations. I don't know if, Prof, maybe you can share them. You will share them maybe with the conference. But the first recommendation is that we need to include roads. I don't know whether you have this presentation. It's coming, eh? So let me just go on. So the first recommendation we are making is that we need to include roads in construction of the deprivation index, because it is critical, especially in the frontier counties that have large land mass and where people are sparsely populated. However, we are also proposing that a useful metric for assessing this indicator of roads must be sought, given that the first policy used the metric of the percentage of tarmacked roads in an area. That metric ignored the fact that the roads needed for each county area are dependent on the size of the area and the population density. So that's our first recommendation. Our second recommendation is that we looked at a distributive formula that ought to look at needs of marginalized persons and areas, not only in terms of access to the services, but also in terms of cost of delivery of such services. What is the cost of delivering such services to these marginalized areas? So the cost of providing one of the indicators, for whether water, education, electricity, whatever, certainly varies sometimes significantly for each and every county. Accordingly, therefore, we are saying weighting them equally does not correspond to their needs. So more fundamentally, we are suggesting this approach employed by the second policy tends to ignore other drivers of cost beyond access levels to these areas. Our third recommendation is that CRA makes use of statistical data developed by individual counties. In addition to the census, given that the data from the counties may be more granular, more informative in terms of actually addressing the problem. So, and they are focused and more up to date. So care must be, however, be taken to ensure that the said data is not exaggerated to benefit the specific counties. So work with the counties, because again, the Constitution at Article 6 says there has to be cooperation and consultation between the two levels of government. I don't think we see much consultation and cooperation between national and the county, especially when you factor in politics. When politics comes in, wewe ni governor, sijui wa hii chama, mimi ni president wa hii chama, people don't actually want to consult. Yet that is what the Constitution of Kenya says. You must consult and cooperate in order for you to be effectively offer services to the people. So the fourth proposal for us is to clarify powers and functions of the Equalization Fund Advisory Board and the Project Identification and Implementation Committee on who has power to decide on the programs and projects to be implemented on a priority basis, so as to avoid conflict or usurpation of the powers of either body. Because this is likely the Project Identification and Committee power. So there is this bureaucracy. Basically, what we are saying there in our proposal, we need to reduce the bureaucracy. Can we cut it down? The fifth one is that consider having a lean institutional framework on the Equalization Fund and do away with current framework that is bulky, complex, overly bureaucratic, thereby it is risking even reporting and administration, including accountability. You have got all these bodies managing the same fund. So the question at the end of the day, really, who can we pin down in terms of accountability and even delivery? It becomes difficult. Number 6 is consider disbursing funds from the Equalization Fund directly to the project implementation unit. Let's cut down the bureaucracy. Number 7, we are saying work to expedite on the disbursement of funds from the national government into the Equalization Fund to avoid current delays, which are at least partially responsible for the low absorption rate of the fund. So why is there delayed? The Constitution has already said 0.5% of national revenue must go to this fund. So why is there delay in disbursing this money? But on the other hand, why is there low absorption rate? Because I think when we spoke to one or two of the governors, when we interviewed them, they were saying that, the reason we cannot absorb quickly is because of delay of the funds from the national level. But once the money comes to you, so why is there low absorption? Because I know there's a World Bank project that I think Safia may have shared that shows that, for example, accounts such as ours, Turkana, our absorption rate is what? Is it 41%? 41%. Why? If you have a problem with water, health, education, security, now umepatiwa pesa, why are you not spending the money to benefit your own people? So, number 8, again, we are recommending that amend the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by deleting provisions that are at odds with the Equalization Fund bill. In other words, we are saying harmonize these laws. Public finance inasema hivi, the Equalization Fund bill inasema hivi. So can we have some harmonization of those laws so that they are congruent with each other? Number 9, we are suggesting consider reducing the powers vested on the person of the Office of the National Treasury. I think Kenya has progressed beyond just people at the national level dictating what happens at the local level. And that's why the Constitution talks of cooperation and consultation. So why not empower those people at the level? Number 10, we are suggesting that you need to amend in the bill, amend the clause in the bill that provides that basic services identified by the people through the committees at the lowest level will be determined by the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Again, the principle of subsidiarity. Let the people decide. If I'm the wearer of the shoe, I know how it pinches me. I know how tight it is. You know, I can decide to wear sandals. I can decide to wear closed shoes. Don't dictate to me I must wear boots. If I'm from northern Kenya, nitachomeka. Najua. So, number 11, we are saying we propose revision of clause 16E of the bill, which provides that the fund will be for provision of other basic services besides those ones, identified by KRA. In our view, the choice on services to be funded ought to be reserved to the people at the lowest level. So we need to give people this power to decide. Ni nini wanataka? Kama ni maji, kama ni hospitali, kama ni barabara, kama ni whatever the case they be. Second, lastly, our proposal is that the extension of the tenure of the fund by another 10 years beyond the sunset clause of the Constitution, in our view, is commendable. It's a good idea. Yeah? However, it is proposed that the clause in the bill be revised to delete the phrase non-renewable, to allow room for potential discussion. And this is the point I was making earlier. If the rest of the NFD have waited for 60 years to equalize with the rest of Kenya, up until the 2010 Constitution came and said, now we need you to equalize with Kiambu, with Kirinyaga, with Murang'a, with Nairobi, with the rest. So why are you giving us only 20 years? Now you're also giving us a token and saying we'll extend it by another 10 years. Is that enough for us? Do we have enough roads like they have? I hope sijaguza murima hapo. Sikia. Oh, niache siasa. So that's the last proposal we have in our finding. That is collection of water data, yeah, disaggregated to the sublocation level by mandated national institutions to guide the fourth basis for equitable revenue sharing among county governments, which will dictate revenue sharing among counties for the 5 years. This is from 2025, 2026 to 2029 to 2030. Water, in our view, is currently excluded in determining the equitable revenue share. Yet this is an important issue in our finding for FCDC counties, and it will help reduce the need for the limited equalization fund money being channeled to water provision. In a nutshell, that's what we came up with in the legal analysis on the question of marginalization and equalization. But I'm sure my colleague Vincent will now speak on the policy aspects of it. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Dr. Court, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Ombaka Vincent, and thank you, Prof. Dr. Idle, for that kind introduction. I know you're wondering, this very dark guy, what are you doing having extensive knowledge and expertise in northern Kenya? I come from Migori County, so I always say that when Junet Mohammed surfaced in Migori, they sent me to northern Kenya as consolation. So my background is law, but I happen to find myself in agriculture. I come from a very interesting family where my mother went to Kabete Ngombe. Those who are from the University of Nairobi know Kabete Ngombe, so I put agriculture, and then my mother went to Egerton when it was Egerton. So I really hated agriculture, actually. I didn't like it. I felt like this thing is a recipe of poverty. And so I ran away to law, and then agriculture came and found me inside there. So here I am in northern Kenya dealing with livestock policy and looking at water, natural resource management. So I gave up. So I'm still back in agriculture where I belong. And thank you for this opportunity to listen to me. So my work has been to look at policy, which is a very interesting space. We have been, one of the presidents, I think, who has intrigued Kenyans is Mwai Kibaki, the late Mwai Kibaki. Is that not true? And of course, I feel like we normally, as Kenyans, we stop at the intrigue. We normally stop at the fact that Kibaki did something, but I don't think we sometimes take enough time to break down what is this thing that the late President Mwai Kibaki did that was able to bring such rapid change in the country in such a short time and inspire such great hope. I think the more I interact in this space, and particularly in this project looking at policy, I think Kibaki was an impact-oriented individual. I have had to learn things which the economists are the ones who know. You know, this whole thing of assessing policy and coming up with policy frameworks. So the difference between outputs, outcomes, and impact. That's why I find economists are like lawyers. I know you won't agree. What actually is an output, what actually is an outcome, what actually is an impact. But as a way of introduction, and in this particular space for policy, because I think it's important, I like relating output to activity, isn't it? So we are here for an activity. The output is people attended. Box has been ticked, isn't it? You know, there was a workshop, so we count how many people came, people talked, we have a report. If there were consultants like myself, they will be paid based on that output. But what about the outcome? Is there any progress realized from this conference? So for example, we are coming up with recommendations. Will we see those recommendations ending up in terms of a bill being changed? Will we see those recommendations ending up bringing change in terms of budgets being realigned? Will we see the conversations of this particular summit and the Pastoral Leadership Summit coming in Wajir? Will that lead to the budget 2024-2025 having some new things, or the budget policy statement changing? That is outcome, I believe, isn't it? And then when you move to impact, after that has been done and the budgets have been put and the law has been changed, will we see quality of life improving at the end of the day? What lasting imprint did we have? So I believe Kibaki was a person who always began with the impact. There's a funny story which is told, I don't know if it is true or false, that his cousin died out of drinking some funny alcohol brew in central Kenya. Even if it was a false story, it's a good one, so let me tell it. So, and then he said, he called EABL and asked them, you know, even I suspect, even him, he knows, he drinks and he was not dying. So the only difference between him and his cousin is the quality of what they were drinking, isn't it? We do know the late Kibaki used to take 1 or 2. My apologies for that. But again, you notice that. So he noticed, so how do I fix the problem? The problem is, my cousin can't afford Jack Daniels. I can. I'm the president after all, isn't it? I can afford Jack Daniels if I'm religious enough, you know, or Johnny Walker if I want to be closer to the Bible, the book of John. But then he said, can you produce an alcohol brand that is safe so that the safety measure is taken care of and my other cousins will not do what? Will not die. Rumor has it that's how care came into being. It may be true, it may be false. But you get the gist. The gist is, the difference between me and the villager is the money in our pocket. So how can I get the villager something which is of a good quality at a lesser price? And therefore the impact is fewer people are doing what? Are dying. What has happened later on with that police, another thing altogether. The good thing is, I'm in a Muslim population, so I don't think alcohol is a very good example. So I think it's already battling with your conscience. Don't worry. I'm actually a believer. I don't drink. So that was just an example for the sake of policy. So now moving on to our ASAL policy, we begin from the point of knowing the history. And I would say there are 3 things that come out in the review that I have done. One is the misfortune of sessional paper number 10 of 1965. Why am I calling it a misfortune? A misfortune because there was a limited view of what amounts to potential. Actually, I have taken that verbatim, I've taken that statement verbatim from what it says, that potential is good land and rainfall, transport and power facilities, and people receptive and active in development. So essentially, what the first development policy for this country did, it condemned the land, it condemned northern Kenya because you didn't have good rainfall, isn't it? There is no good rainfall in northern Kenya. So first of all, X. And then secondly, it was perceived that the people of northern Kenya are not receptive and active in development. So you condemn the land, you condemn the people. Now, the second misfortune was the contextual misapplication of the tragedy of the commons philosophy. I think it was talked about by someone yesterday, I can't remember who, but that is why, for a long time, we were trying to look for a way we were feeling like because we cannot be able to overcome the communal land ownership tenure, there's something wrong with it. Because Garrett Harding had told us that there is no way a community can own an asset. And rightfully so, he came from a white man's perspective. They decimated communities ages ago. The community no longer mattered to them. The funny thing is how some of these values come back. I am told of an apartment block in America whom part of what they sell is they say when you come here, you will find friendly neighbors. Yes. Because some of you live in apartments. You can even stay somewhere for 5 years. You don't know who your next door neighbor is, isn't it? That's very lonely. Imagine if you're old, your children have gone to the university, and you have no neighbor to talk to. How terrible is that, isn't it? So in America, because they don't have community naturally, somebody is even selling community and finding ways of making people start talking to each other. So the community you have here is actually an asset, but you are unable to understand it. So that was misfortune number 2. Misfortune number 3 was what I call environmental puritanism. You know this idea that pastoralists and wildlife cannot coexist. And because for some reason somebody said that wildlife is more important than Africans, let us remove the pastoralists from the wildlife areas so that we can do what? Protect the wildlife. That is why we came up with those protected areas and wildlife zones. See, all this was a theory that was running within the 60s. So I feel the ASAL became a misfortune, became misfortunate in the history of policy because of these 3 things piled together, isn't it? So if it is not the development policy, money is not coming to you, it is you can't be able to register your land, or it is you're being chased out of your land because the animals are more important. Next slide, please. So what changed? There are 2 fronts, and one of them Dr. Okot has already mentioned. The first change was a political change began picking up. And that political change was consummated in the Constitution, where we find a few things in the Constitution that start giving us reprieve in terms of marginalization. Number 1, acknowledgement, which is becoming a very big debate today because we don't know who is marginalized anymore. If I was to request you to ignore the politics for 1 minute, can we do that? Ignore the politics for 1 minute and join me in philosophy. When we talk about people being hustlers in central Kenya, essentially it means central Kenya and Rift Valley have been in power for, ever since this country got independence, isn't it? So when the people who have been in power become hustlers, and that if you understand the idea of hegemony, if they are hustlers, therefore they are victims, so who is the perpetrator? Because essentially now everybody is marginalized. If you are not marginalized because you are pastoralist, now we have a new term for marginalization. I'm what? I'm a hustler. So the hustler in Moranga is telling the guy in Mandera, I'm just like you. Even me, I've been suffering. So we have to ask ourselves, wait a minute. So if we have all been suffering, so who has been benefiting then? Who is this? Because you must, in hegemony, you must have a victim and a perpetrator. Before 1963, we could accuse the Muzungu and say the Muzungu was the perpetrator and the African was a victim. But now that we are here 50 years after independence, and all of a sudden all of us are victims, now we start having a problem. No wonder we cannot be able to figure out what is marginalization anymore. Despite the fact that, as Dr. Okot has already mentioned, the Constitution went ahead. It even predicted that idea. You know, the moment you tell people that they're women's rights, some men can start becoming women. That's why I don't understand Americans. In America, Americans are very funny. Because you create women's rights, and then you give men permission to become. So, you know, if you're feeling like, hey, my friend, there are some jobs here I can get, you just jump to the other side and you say, all these years, I had no idea. I have been struggling and suffering. Now I have discovered myself, so give me the job. Now, anyway, you get why. Remember, in this space of marginalization, it's a space of power dynamics, and there are very many minority groups and minority dimensions, and the strategies of addressing marginalizations in terms of affirmative actions are the same. So definition is very important. If you don't remember anything else, if you're a woman, please protect your identity, because the day you allow Kenyan men to have an opportunity to convert, I'm telling you, we will become women reps. So we were talking about, go back to Constitution 3, the previous one. So apart from definition, which is very, very important, what else do we get in the Constitution? We see certain things like citizenship. You notice that in our Constitution, there is the right to get the documents. You have a right to an ID. Why are we talking about a right to an ID, which is supposed to be a simple administrative issue? It's because there are people somewhere who cannot get their IDs very easily. I remember a classmate of mine who was told to go and get the grandmother's birth certificate. Even me, my grandmother does not have a birth certificate. My late grandmother, none of them had. But for her, she was told, go and get the birth certificate of who? Of your grandmother. I don't know where you start that one. Community land. The whole idea that land is a factor of production, isn't it? And without, even if you look at lawyers, I'm a lawyer by training, and a big bulk of the work we do is in land. But the conveyancing is our biggest thing. Number 2 is insurance, third party. And we know we never pay you, don't worry, it's a cash cow. But community land would mean that because you are not acknowledging that tenure's existence, it meant that a whole region, 80% of Kenya, their factor of production was kept out of circulation, isn't it? So you were depending on 30% of our land. That's something the Constitution brings up. The other one is representation, very, very important. The whole idea of political representation in various dimensions, in terms of we have tried to empower Parliament. We don't know whether we empower them too much, we'll find out. We have a Senate, we have got county assemblies. I mean, you can attest to the fact that if you were to compare the county assembly and the Kanjo, don't you think at least, we know we disagree with them, but compare the two. Don't you feel at least there's been an upgrade in terms of local politics compared to what we have in Kanjo? Somebody once told me that at one point Nairobi used to be called City Commission, but the employees there used to call it City Commotion. So the other thing that the Constitution brings us is devolution, very, very key. But as I always say, devolution means more for the ASAL counties than it means for other counties. Why? Thika Superhighway was implemented in 2 counties. Which one and which one? Nairobi and Kiambu. And 90% of it was in Kiambu. I was in Wajir in 2013. The first time tarmac was seen in Wajir was in 2013. So, and who brought tarmac in Wajir? The county. The county brought tarmac long before anyone. In Mandera, who brought tarmac there the first time? It was the county. So they took 50 years to have a black road. While in Kiambu County, we were doing a dual carrier and a super highway. So you see, if you look at it, it means Kiambu can do without. Kiambu does not need devolution. But there you can take that to the bank. Because remember, at the end of the day, our budget is 3 trillion, isn't it? That budget is spent somewhere. In a county, somewhere. So if you are to start breaking down where the money on this country is spent, you realize some counties don't really need devolution. They can do without it. But that's why devolution becomes more important in the north than the rest of the country. The other aspect is equitable revenue sharing. And I put a bracket there on debt distribution. Why am I saying that? If you look at the debt report of 2023-2024, the debt mobilization of the country was around 833 billion Kenya shillings. Out of a budget of 3 trillion. Debt has become our biggest budget line. So you have to ask yourself a question. When we talk about equitable revenue sharing, it is not just when sharing county revenue. It is a principle when you are sharing revenue generally, and you must give cognizance to places where there is more demand for development. So I wonder, if we were to analyze the debt expenditure in this country, how much of that 800 billion has gone to northern Kenya? A good question for leaders. And then finally, Equalization Fund, which Dr. Okot has already discussed and mentioned. So number 1, I said political reforms have helped the northern region. The second one has been planning. Next slide, please. So on the political reform, we got a constitution. In the planning sense of it, what are we seeing and what are some of the things that begin coming up? We can all agree the economic recovery strategy of 2003 was one of the biggest game changers Kibaki gave us. True or false? We can agree. Even if you don't know it, just agree. It is true. And now you can Google afterwards. Although the people here are looking very old, so basically you people know about, maybe some of you even drafted it. I'm just reporting what you wrote. So if you look at some of the statements inside the economic recoveries, the ESR, which then gave birth to Vision 2030, because it worked so well, we said, now we have a good working formula. We were able to do what? We were able to scale it. And now that we're able to scale it, as we'll be seeing later, when Honorable Elmi got in, they said, now that this is the working formula, let's even create one for northern for northern Kenya, and I'll be telling you where it collapsed, because you were doing well, isn't it? We were on the same trajectory, on the same, in the same space, and so we come up and you look at some of the statements where we are saying, for example, the NAC government recognizes the need to integrate ourselves in the overall development strategy of the country so that the resources available in the region can be tapped for the benefit of the people living in the region. And I added there my comment, and the rest of the country. I think one of the things that was beginning to happen at 2003, we were moving away from the planning disaster of sessional paper number 10 of 1965 and saying, hey, look here, if we are saying ourselves is 80% of the landmass in this country, we are wasting time trying to generate everything from 20% of the country, isn't it? But also we are realizing something, that we need to stop looking at the ourselves as a charitable case. We are not just looking for ways of making the people in the ourselves life less harder. No, we are saying the economic activities that are taking place within the ourselves can sustain not just the people of the ourselves, but the whole country, isn't it? I mean, we have Masons in Mandera, isn't it? And most of them come from Meru, isn't it? So it means that as long as you have got some money somewhere in Mandera and you want to build a house, there is an Otieno. You know, somebody said that for some reason, Luos have got a spiritual gift of engineering. So for some reason, when you want your tiling to be done straight, even if you're in Mandera, even if you're in Lokichogio, you will look for an Otieno somewhere who has got that spiritual gift of masonry or the spiritual gift of engineering and the like. So it means that when you activate the economic potential of northern Kenya, you're not just sorting out the people of northern Kenya as a charitable case, you are actually sorting out the whole country. You are increasing economic opportunity for the whole country, not just for northern Kenya. And so when you look at that, so when we come from there, we came up with various policy instruments. We talk about the Vision 2030 development strategy for northern Kenya and other arid lands, which was supposed to be the overarching policy document to guide the development of northern Kenya. So we were in a very good place. 2010, we got Katiba, isn't it? So all those issues in terms of legality, they were removed, all the doors were opened. 2012, we got the strategy, and then in the same 2012, we got the policy. So things were looking up. And then an interesting, if we go next slide, please. If you look at some of the issues that were covered within that strategy, and it's available online, if you just Google it, you will notice there are 20. There are 20 thematic interventions spread across 4 key areas: foundations for development, the economic pillar, social pillar, and the political pillar, 20 of them. And if you look at all the plans and the strategies and the political manifestos of the region, all of them resonate along those 20 key thematic issues. So for example, you're talking about infrastructure, we've talked about, isn't it? Security, peace building, and conflict management, public sector reforms, human resource development, livestock production, science, technology, everything that every development partner is doing in an ASAL somewhere will have an impact on any one of these. So it's a very good plan, isn't it? And the whole idea when the plan was being done was that the country was taking the northern Kenya seriously. We'd even set up a lab set project, isn't it? As a flagship project. And so the whole idea was we are raring to go. And then 2013 happened. And when I come to my next one, I'll be able to show you that. Next slide. Just show you an example. For example, if you look at our current medium-term plan, we all understand that since the economic recovery strategy and the Vision 2030, we have been implementing the Vision 2030 using our medium-term plans, isn't it? So if I want to know what government plans to do, at least whether I do it or not, I can just check what the medium-term plans are telling me. So if I look at the 4th medium-term plan, the one you're calling bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we are seeing the value chain approach where we are having value chains like leather, blue economy, minerals, beef, apiculture, and then we are having 23 projects and programs that are aligned with the interest of northern Kenya through our sectors like livestock, social programs, land reforms, infrastructure, and crop production projects. So if you notice what is there in the 4th medium-term plan, and you look at what I showed you before in terms of thematic areas, you will find that you can actually be able to map all the interventions in 1 or two of those 20 thematic areas. What that does tell, it tells us that in terms of the theory or the philosophy or the theory of change, we had figured out what needs to be done and where it needs to be done. So the question then is, was it done? A very good question. I'd want to skip the next slide. Next. Yeah, let's stop there. So, one, I've taken you through, we had got political reforms, isn't it, in our constitution. Then in terms of the policy reforms, we have come up with these strategies aligned with Vision 2030, which are supposed to help us to bring change in the region. The other dimension was institutional reforms. And this moves back a little bit. If you look at regional development authorities, I know some of them are here, the RDAs. If you look at what they were supposed to do, if you look at their functions, which I'll be going through, you notice that there were also some of the institutions that were being put in place to accelerate and to think and to craft long-term development within the ASAL regions. If you look at them, I think apart from only 2 of the RDAs, all the other 4 are in an ASAL area of soil, isn't it? Apart from lake, region, and coast. Apart from the coast authority. Yes? Yeah, and some of the counties are also ASAL. So if you look, and the other approach also institutionally was the flagship projects, and of course the State Department for ASAL. In fact, if you look at the Vision 2030 development strategy for Northern Kenya, the State Department for ASAL was supposed to be a very powerful secretariat because it was supposed to be coordinating the interministerial committee. It was supposed to be coordinating the ministerial committee level and also coordinating the other stakeholders like the development partners whom we are having here. There are also other semi-autonomous sagas that came into place. NDMA, you know about it. The National Drought Emergency Fund, NACONEC, Nomadic Education. We have got this one which was talked about, legal notice number 87 of 2016. The National Livestock Development and Promotion Service. That is the official livestock marketing board, which has never been appointed. But those are some of the sagas that are coming in. So from an institutional perspective, these were the bodies put in place to be able to address. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm going a bit quickly because I'm seeing time is not on my side. So if you look at the RDAs, I'd like to draw your attention to the second part of my slide. In terms of in the second part of that slide, you notice that the roles of the RDAs were to plan for the area, to plan for the development and area of the area and initiate project activities identified for such planning through the government generally, to develop and keep up to date a long-range development plan for the area, knowledge management, and to maintain liaison between the government and private sector and other agencies in matters of development of the area with a view to limiting duplication of efforts and ensuring the best use of technical resources. Does that ring a bell in terms of what we need right now? So already the thinking about how to develop the region was existing a long time back, between 1974 and 1990. Unfortunately, as we'll be seeing in our observations, is like the RDA, the regional development concept, never picked up. Because even some of the functions the RDA have in their act, if you look at them, they have been taken over by WARMA. Because they were supposed to also handle issues on water resource management and water abstraction, and WARMA just came and picked up those roles, and RDAs were left there. The most recent news we heard about RDAs is about Kamorere Dam. I think before that, we did not even know they existed. For a lot of people, they were even aware. Apart from, if Kamorere had not happened, whether it happened or not, I don't know, we would not have known that there's something called an RDA. So RDAs were actually one of the tools available. I'm almost finishing. So next. So one of the pivotal institutions, next slide please, which we feel has, let me do this. Let's go back to where we said we had a katiba, isn't it? So politically, we were sorted. Then Honorable Elmi came up and gave us a strategy, gave us a policy, and so we had all the documents and instruments to implement. And then the government changed. In 2013 to 2017, the ASAL department was a ministry during Nusumkate. But in 2013, 2017, they did what? They disappeared. And I don't know if this is a correct assessment or not, but the only institution, remember that list of institutions I gave you? The only one which survived the purge was NDMA. NDMA was the only one who seemed to have survived. And because they were the ones who were implementing the enabling, ending drought emergencies. But when you look at ending drought emergencies inside, you realize, but this is this not the whole policy being squeezed into an agency issue? Because they were supposed to deal with peace, infrastructure, education, health. So it's like we were implementing the strategy, but giving it to a smaller institution. So for example, the question would have been, did NDMA at that time have the capacity to convene the interministerial conference? Would that have been possible? So between 2013 and 2017, the next time we find the ASAL department resurfacing is in 2018. By this time, this strategy has been lost. I actually went to very many government agencies, and they were not aware that we even have a Vision 2030 development strategy for Northern Kenya. They don't know. So even when counties were doing their CIDPs, all the ASAL counties were not aware that there was a reference point like that. Then they were just talking about vision. All their CIDPs have a small chapter called Vision 2030, whereas I think for the ASAL counties, particularly for FDC counties, they needed to have gone a step further and looked that now that we even domesticated the Vision 2030 into our region, which is more relevant, why not pick that one and use it? But that never happened. Why? Because the ASAL department, who are the secretariat, when devolution came in, even then they were swept in that wave, and the department disappeared and then resurfaced in 2018 to 2023, and now given the roles of arid and semi-arid lands policy, coordinating planning, basically all the functions they were supposed to do in terms of ensuring that policy within the ASAL space is well handled. We do appreciate that policy within the ASAL space is multidisciplinary, it's multi-sectoral. There are many things that are needed for you to be able to overcome regional inequalities. So, next slide, please. In an ideal scenario, we were supposed to be having an ASAL cabinet subcommittee, an interministerial, a stakeholders forum, and the secretariat, which was the ASAL department, and then that one never materialized. I think to date, we are trying to recover. So now you can see we were starting with good momentum. Now you know where the ball dropped. So which observations did we make? What are our findings? Next slide, please. I have one more slide, then I'm done. I know it's almost 11, and the program says 11 is time for tea. Our findings, one, is that progress achieved by the RDAs has been easily overlooked, posing a risk of duplicity of mandates. It's not on your face. If you were to ask, what does Kerio Valley, what have they done? What comes to the front of your mind? Can you pick up something quickly which you can be able to see? So it looks like RDAs were onto something. That policy of regional development authorities was onto something, but they have been constantly overlooked. Is it time to go back and re-strategize? I know sometimes people have some reports. I think the parastatal reform said that we will disband them. But me, I would say for the ASALs, because in politics numbers is good, if you have many implementing agencies, well, it's not wise, but politically it is good. So the more, the merrier. Make use of them if you can. If you can't, then disband them. Then nextly is that community land tenure addresses security of tenure but fails to acknowledge pastoral strategic mobility across communities. The logic behind community land is good. But the problem with it is that it is using an agricultural perspective. I always give the example that I have a farm in Migori. I grow maize. My maize will never crawl into the neighbor's farm for anything. But the thing about pastoralism is that once in a while, in fact, most of the time, your cows will need something from my land and vice versa. So because there's that need of reciprocity in pastoralism, that is one of the areas that the Community Land Act is failing to address, and there's a need to review to address that particular challenge. The next finding is that political representation in northern Kenya has been unable to keep national government accountable to the ASAL policy. Remember when the medium-term plan 2 was being implemented, who was leader of majority in 2013, 2017? So how comes the region could be undercut and curtailed from policy, and yet you are the leader of government business. So how can government business be killing your business and you're unable to notice? So I'm not putting that out as a condemnation, but just as a point of asking ourselves, how did that happen? Because you see now, if you come and start crying that, oh, you people, you marginalize us, somebody will tell you, but you guys were leader of majority in parliament. You could have cried out. We talked about equitable revenue sharing, isn't it? I have looked at the Eurobond prospectus. It has more than 100 pages. But there's one chapter which has only one paragraph. Do you know what that chapter is? How the money will be used. So if you are from northern Kenya, how do you allow that document to go through parliament and you have not seen how the money will be? Because when it comes to paying, tunalipa sisi? Ama is ASAL exempt from housing levy? Pia nyi munalipa housing levy? I hope by them gonna. But do pastoralists need affordable housing? I think you guys already have affordable houses. In fact, we should come and learn lessons from you. Even mobile. Yeah. So I'd want to skip to my recommendations. The other very important observation is that not all is lost. Some progress was made. Just go back one step. Some progress was made, but it was not coordinated. For example, if you look at the amount of water, if you take the control of budget reports, in terms of the amount of money spent of water in the 10 FCDC counties, we spent 8.1 billion in the last 10 years in water. Impact may be something else to talk about, but you're seeing, so because water was a key thing. So if I take the 20 areas, I'll find that money got in, some initiatives were done, but it was untracked and uncoordinated. So what are we recommending? One, we are recommending that, next slide please, State Department of ASAL, as long as it remains the focal point of coordinating ASAL policy, it needs to sharpen strategic focus and consolidate convening power, possibly by being relocated to a more powerful ministry. It needs to have visibility. So either it needs to be in the office of the president or another place where they can be able to have that ability to coordinate all the other sectors as imagined. Then we need to rethink the whole idea of basin area development and RDAs. We need to ask ourselves, if they are a tool of implementing ASAL policy, we need to crystallize what their role is and how we are to engage them and how they would sit. Are they supposed to become a regional committee, as that article, I think it's 189 of the Constitution of Kenya, which allows us to have joint authorities or regional committees? That's something to look at. And then we are saying political representatives from northern Kenya require orientation on prevailing ASAL policies and championing of policy priority actions. We don't just assume that because you're a member of parliament from the ASAL, you know the issues relevant to the ASAL. You may have come from America. I hope that is wrong. It may actually be somebody who just came from America and became MP. But you may have just flown in from another jurisdiction, and therefore you are not aware of what has been happening. So it's important we do what? We orient you. Assuming politicians are being bribed to pass bills, I'm just an assumption. I don't think it is true, for the record. But for the record, that is, I don't think it is true. But if everybody is getting pocket money, how comes the MPs from Nyeri can get pocket money and do Old College Road? Why are you getting pocket money only? So it's a conversation for ASAL leaders, elected leaders, to start having, so that when others are getting pocket money and extra, even you can say pocket money is what? There, that is applicable to everyone. Now, we also want the extras, assuming, and I hope you won't get pocket money anyway. And then the last two is that the development gap for northern Kenya needs to be costed for effective implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. The issue that Dr. talked about, we are saying 10 years. In these 10 years, how much money will we have allocated and how much money do we need to overcome the regional disparities? So that we can tell, if you are saying our budget on average, the budget of Equalization Fund is 10 billion, in 10 years 100 billion, is 100 billion sufficient to address the problems you want to address? Or do you have a problems worth 1 trillion and you are happy and clapping when you're getting 1 billion? And then finally, the State Department for ASAL should do a better job in terms of coordinating the development actors within the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our two eminent presenters. I was struggling to make sure that I don't stand up to cut them short. But anyway, I think we've gone through the process, and I want to immediately open it up for a discussion. I know there's a huge attendance this morning, and this is a subject of remarkable interest to the people who are here today. 60 years history cannot just be covered in a 10-minute question and answer session. So we'll try our best to take as many different questions as you have. But before I get to the floor, for the two presenters, Kipra had a 3-day meeting at Pwani University in 2023, I believe. And there's a whole communique. It was a 3-day meeting on ASAL development, from policy to practice and implementation. I think it'll be very nice if you get that communique. It's on their website, and infuse some of the things that you have. Secondly, for Professor Okot, equalization, the fund. You will recall that the Kenya Constitution was promulgated in 2010, but the regulations did not come, and the 20 years started ticking in immediately. So there are a number of years there between the time the regulations came, when no funds were disbursed and so on. What exactly are you recommending from yours? And also for the years that they were disbursed, they're probably, all the money has not gotten to the projects that we envisaged for them to have. And lastly, and very critical on the Equalization Fund, the first formula based on the geographical area on the county. And that's why there were 14 counties that were identified. But the latest Equalization Fund formula is actually based on the sublocation. And when you look at those sublocations now that have been identified, there are probably upwards of over 30 or 35 counties that are benefiting from the Equalization Fund. So again, it will be important as we make recommendations, and especially after the extension of the 10 years, what geographical area are we talking about? Is it the county? Is it the ward? Is it the sublocation? Now, I'm opening up the discussion. So you're the first. Is that Dr. Abdulur Mohammed? Okay, of course, Mheshimiwa Lazima, Dr. Kevin Desai. On this other side, I have a gentleman there in Kanzu. Is there any lady? First, I want to take 4 first. Is there a lady? Yes, at the back there. So let's take those 4, and then I will come back to another 4 again. I hope our panelists are taking their notes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Idle, for the opportunity. I really want to thank the 2 gentlemen for the very, very insightful and thought-provoking presentations. I think it's a very desperate moment to be an audience, hearing all the things that are happening in the region, and particularly with the ASAL issues. And therefore, it gives an opportunity for us to reflect a little bit deeper into exactly where the problem is. Not to put a lot of blame games, but I think if you look at the chronology of the events that the gentlemen have given, with the goodwill of President Kibaki and the Equalization Fund, and yesterday I was hearing a senior member of parliament literally in parliament complaining about why this is not happening. And the whole blame seems to be on the technocrats. Sometimes people say there is no political goodwill, but I think except for 2013 and 2017, clearly the policies demonstrate that there's good political goodwill. But I think there are 2 levels, in my own opinion. Number 1, we have a serious leadership problem. Again, it's not a blame, but someone defined leadership as action.
Dr.
And not a position.
You're not going to make another presentation.
No,
so can you please just go straight to your comment and your...
Yes, unless you don't want to hear that point.
Oh, please go ahead.
Leadership.
Absolutely no problem.
I know a lot of people are not comfortable. It's about action. So there are two things where I think we need to do a lot. It's about making sure that we are people who are action-oriented, and to interrogate these policies as professionals. We have also, we have to take the blame. So I really disagree on the point of political, on the point of the goodwill, but I think there is a whole issue of lack of action on our part as professionals and also on leaders. I want to ask Dr. Akuro Okoth, in the constitutional dispensation, where is the check? If these kinds of happening, if these kind of things are happening, where is the fallback? Is it just in the courts? But are there mechanisms in the Constitution where we will have said, after 10 years, if this doesn't happen, this is what we will do. After 5 years, if this doesn't happen, this is what is the remedy. So where are the safety nets in terms of the fallback if there are all these kind of serious issues? But let's reflect on the issue of the definition of leadership as action and not as a position and not as status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohamed Abdulbur. Mheshimiwa Ganya.
Let me really appreciate the two presenters. They did an amazing job. As somebody who has been around this business for the last 18 years, I just want to make a comment. Dr. Ekuru, on the issue of equalization, there are a few issues you missed. First, the first 4 or 5 years, even though it was clearly in the budget every day, every year, we were told there's no legal framework, and for that, they were not willing to disperse the funds at all. It's only after, as PPG, and at that time I was the Secretary General with Elmi here, we really made it a budget issue that year. And that's when they decided, for the first time, they are going to disperse the funds. And we identified those funds at national level, and then the county government were also consulted. After that, the county government went to court. That's a major issue there. For a couple of years, the issue was in the court. Our leaders went to court, and for almost 3 or 4 years, nothing could have been done with that fund. And major impediment that we had. And the court ruled in the favor of the county government. Now a whole legal framework has been established, and that's how the regulations came into being. And that's how we got the second funding, and I think maybe the third funding is coming. So really those were the issues. And I was part of the committee, the members of parliament who inherited the constitution, and you are CEO, you remember very well. Me, Abdikadir, Eke Churo, Letin Kaiseri, Sophia Abdi, and others. We really fought for that fund. We really, really fought. But even then, even to get that 0.05%, of the revenues for that year was so difficult. And Uhuru was the Minister of Finance then, and part of that committee. But having said that, the funding was to be used for huge projects that can really equalize us with the rest of the country. It was not for projects that can be done by CDF or even the county government. It's to build a university or something major, because most of these counties are getting over $1 billion. Okay, the first time, I remember my county got over 890 million, and it was among the list. Turkana was over $1 billion, Manda was over $1 billion. Right now, the funds are being used to build classrooms. What can be done by even at the world level by counties. So I think what we need to do is to lobby our leaders to use this fund for major projects that can make a serious transformation in our counties. On the issue of the second presenter, why asylum institutions are only there temporarily. Most of them are established through executive orders. These are legal notices. Why the NDMS is there today? It's because Elmi tried to speak to executive order, and he asked me to take it to Parliament and sponsor it as private members' bill. It took me 12 years to establish it. And I was the one who sponsored NDMA until it became a law. And it is through a private members' initiative. So if our members of Parliament will not be consistent, and push our agendas, hoping that they'll be re-elected, because some of us were lucky to be there for at least 15 years, and that's the only time we can get them through. But if, we come with an agenda today, after a year we leave it behind, then there's no way we are going to have institutions that are going to stand the test of time. Thank you so much again for your presentation.
Dr. David.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Varat. on the issue of the Equalization Fund, my experience has been, when I was in government, that it was fully supportive of technical vocational training, and in particular the fact that we were able to use these funds for village polytechnics, and the sponsorship of students to village polytechnics was greatly beneficial in terms of the overall movement as far as skills development and the transformation of young people into gainful employment. But in particular, I'd like to draw your attention now to the possibility that while we're looking at issues with respect to policy bottlenecks and strengthened support for pastoralism, as well as the enhancement of ASALs in general as far as development is concerned, could we consider that while we're waiting for the reforms and the much needed reforms from government, that there are other avenues that could invoke transformation and catalyze change? And those are, of course, the inclusion of private sector. In our way, as the Northern Rangelands Trust, the Moshtani programs therein, we've focused on the mantra of community-led, commerce-driven, inclusive development, self-reliance, and resilience. And the long and short is that the programs that we've seen that have been really transformative have included, for example, the Ujuzi Manyatani program, where young people are now able to transition into commerce in all different vocational, artisanal, and other kinds of capacities. We've seen that the ASALs is one of the most incredible tourism destinations in the world, but yet has to be fully realized. We've seen the fact that there's ample opportunity as far as cottage industries and other forms of value chains, including beadworks, etc., and so on. But what they all lack is an enabling environment. And while we are advocating that a lot has to be done by national government, I think it's the reverse. We need to have policy implementation, formations and advocacy that create these enabling environments for these clusters to be part and parcel of development. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are and how we're able to promote greater levels of community involvement in policy transformation at the county government, where it's necessary to look into issues of standards, policy, legislation, regulation, to look at systemic issues of infrastructure, issues of coordination capability, and strategic avenues, so that in time to come, we are driven by commerce, and development is driven by commerce, and we're able to promote the overall development of ASALs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. We need the microphone to move. Please, you'll say your name and
yes,
your organization or county you're representing.
Yes, I am Abdinasir Ali from Rapsu Irrigation Scheme Chair. I am a Rapsu Irrigation Chair representing Isiolo County. I really appreciate on the work NDMA have done, and we have done. We have seen a successful project on food resilience. They have made a lot of work within our county. We have received irrigation water that we have make challenging for almost a long time, but now we are receiving water through main canal and feeder canal rehabilitation, and we are now in food sustainable. Secondly, on the other value chain, like leather, beekeeping, and minerals, in our government and county, nobody is taking care of all those value chains. The value chain is within our county. We have a lot of minerals like blue, silver, red garnet, yellow, a lot of it, but no concern from the county government and the national government. And we have a lot of B, but no concern from the county and the national government. Our leather and the leather product is waste within our counties. No concern from any or approach from any parts. But now we are talking of our value chain. But value chain is just hanging. Nobody is concerning. We have a lot of value chains in our counties. So we want concern to be taken and to give impossibility and to have a guidance how our people can benefit from that value chain. So that our county and generally our people will fulfill our ambitions. So thank you. I think to focus on that value chain. Thank you very much.
There was a lady behind there.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Terry Dedito. I work with Samburu communities in northern Kenya, in particular Samburu County. And I've been here 4 years. My commercial company is called Adeze. I do different value chains amongst them, but in particular camels. And then I have a foundation that works with different communities, but especially Samburu. I'm also a learned friend, so it's good to see another learned friend give a presentation. So thank you. So my first question, especially to Dr. Okot, is I wonder whether when we speak about equalization, that whether ab initio, we already have an issue because of what it encompasses, and also because we are looking to compare a county or an area, a northern region, with an area that is not similar. So that when we are comparing, as you said, Kiambu with the north, and I'm from Murima, or at least my origins are, so I'm allowed to say that. But when we're comparing Kiambu with a northern region, they are not similar. And so even when we are comparing them, it's comparing, you're looking at a fish that knows to swim and looking at a fish, a bird, and saying, why are you not flying? It's because I'm not supposed to. So I wonder whether ab initio we should have looked at that definition and just said we should not be looking to equalize in truth. Because if the issues in the north are different from those in the more developed areas, there is no way that they can be compared. But also, we're also comparing them against a moving target. So we put, you say $10 billion, is that what you said? No, 10 billion shillings you said for water. But you're talking about, so if I put 10 billion, somebody will say, well, but you did nothing with it. But it's not that you did nothing with it, it's that you're starting generally from zero. So how are you then comparing that? My other point would be that I agree with you, Umbaka, that the Asal region is not poor. You will hear from people time and again saying what wealth they have, but they are being reduced to something that somebody from somewhere else has looked at and said, this should be your value chain, this should be your area. So when we look at cottage industries, you should be doing beading, because I see you wearing beading. But you hear a man like the one who's just spoken who said, but we have leather, and there's no one coming here for our leather. So maybe it's not the beading that we should be doing, in as much as that's, or even the tourism, because we think that should be a value chain, but perhaps it should be the areas where we are. A friend of mine was saying today to me, was like, we talk about community-led conservation, for example, and it shouldn't be community-led, it should be community-owned, because it will be the communities that will be looking out and saying, my thing, I want my thing to be the one that is leading rather than the other way around. But my last point as well to Ombakas is, yes, perhaps we should have we should reignite institutions that have died, like the RDAs, that were actually working, rather than coming up with new institutions and new organizations to represent the North. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'll do is I will take another 5, which will be the last 5. And once we take, it is either one question or one comment or one additional information that you want to give the panelists. So it can't be 2 or 3 or so. So we have Dr. Diba. I can see there's a Mzee here in front. Those are 2. My gentleman here. I'm trying to look for female hands, but I'm not seeing. Peter Dorito, do you really want to speak? Okay, there's a gentleman in a pink shirt here. So those are how many? 5. Next to Dr. Diba also we have another Daktari there. Somebody has grabbed the microphone. One comment,
yes,
one question,
comment.
or
yes.
One addition to the
just
panelists.
one comment.
Yeah.
Mine is for us to have fed on issues of resource allocation of one man, one fourth, 1 shilling. I don't know whether I have said it properly. It's about costing in terms of resource allocation, we must cost it. For instance, Ileret, how much resources do you need to do a project in Ileret, which is about more than 1,000, I think 1,500
kilometers.
The other issue, which is not, people are not recognizing, I'm seeing most of the tourism wildlife are within the Asal counties. But how much is the resources we are getting from tourism are trickling back to Asal County? So that's something we need to merge with livestock or pastoralism with Asal. They should be in blended for us also to hype or take our negotiation of lobbying high that Asals are contributing immensely to the GDP. Finally, I think there is a misconception that, this is my personal view, that it has never been recognized that pastoralism is an economic or a production system that must be recognized equally with other production systems. I think that's the misconception we need to change, even as ourselves as pastoralists, because I see we are talking of saying let's also diversify. It's good to diversify. Talking of about agrarian or agriculture, but vis-a-vis say taking pastoralism as a primitive and archaic kind of production system. Thank you.
Okay. You took 3 comments in there, so please let's make sure we restrict ourselves to 1. Dr. Diba, and then we continue.
Thank you. My name is Diba Diduako. I work for Masiko. So I would like to follow a comment that Dr. Nur made.
Yes.
As professionals, we need to change how we approach leadership, and our leaders, political leaders, need to change their attitude towards professionals as well. Because instead of becoming contributors to development, checks and balances for our leadership, we become cheerleaders. As long as I get something, with some kind of contract or tender from the government, my governor is the best. My MP is the best. So if we are all looking out for just what we take in, and we're not looking out for the community, then we have failed this community. So my message is this, because there are leaders here, we're all leaders in different capacities. We must stop becoming cheerleaders. You should, as let's say, as a governor or an MP or an MCA or any position, political leadership, if I come and approach you and say, I think something is wrong here, Mheshimiwa, you should not take that as me attacking you. Actually, you should be seeking to understand why I'm saying so. So let's all be good leaders, and as professionals, let's have that connection with our political leaders, and we all work for the same community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next door neighbor there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idli. My name is Wario Sake. I work for Northern Rangeland Trust Machinery Works. And I really want to thank the presenter, Dr. Okod and Dr. Mbaka, for the wonderful presentation. Actually, it's sensitizing and thought-provoking. And I really want to appreciate the observation by Dr. Okod that, our leadership is so engrossed in excuses of the funds that we get or we don't get than even utilizing the ones that we get. So there is a lot of criticisms, even on social media, that, Northern Kenya leadership is not doing much with the resources that we get, even after this equalization demand. So we must own up that challenge. That's my first comment. And my second comment is...
We had agreed one.
Okay,
anyway,
just allow me this last one.
Uh-huh.
That, as Kenyans, we are very poor at reading. So most of these policies and, policies and legal frameworks are materials to read. So my request and concern is, are our leadership really, well-grounded in this recommendation or in these legal provisions and policy provisions? So my request is, can it be considered as part of the recommendation that our leadership is thoroughly sensitized on the need for understanding this policy and legal frameworks? Thank you.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kwa majina naitwa Hassan Shano, former MCA Isiolo County, na wakilisha hapa kama Borana Council of Elders, ambaye mimi ni treasurer. Nashukuru presenters kwa yale ambaye umetueleza, na yale ambaye inanifanya mumetaja sessional paper 65, sessional paper 10 of 65, 1965. Wakati huo ni legisco, na wale wa representatives zetu walikuwa ni wazee tu wa kawaida, hawakufahamu hata yale yamepangiwa. Lakini leo tuko Pastoral Parliamentary Group ambaye ni watu members karibu 110, kwa sababu wana uwezo yote. Mbona mpaka sasa kila wakati tunasema sisi ni marginalized na hatupate haki zetu vile inatakika? Hiyo ni kwa sababu wale viongozi wetu hawakufanya kazi vile inavyotakikana. Angalia, kuna barabara wa lami ambayo inasemekana itatoka Isiolo mpaka Wajia mpaka Mandera, na dhulma imetokea kwa sababu hata valuation zetu Mombasa pia walikuwa na barabara kubwa ambayo imewekwa, Thika Road ilikuwa imewekwa, wale wananchi wake ambayo wameenda songesho wamepata haki zao. Sisi zetu naonekana kama ni mji ya wanyama tu, na sisi hapa tunaishi katika hiyo barabara kama pastoralists, mambo zetu zote haishughulikiwi. Sasa makatano tango manyumba zetu zimeweka valuation, na valuation hiyo waliweka kwa njia duni. Sasa wamekataa kulipa sisi ardhi, na sasa kuna mzozo kila wakati, na sisi hatujapata kazi. Na ile wale walikuwa katika mapoloti yetu wanaondoka kwa sababu imesemekana manyumba zitavunjwa. Sasa hatupati pesa, hatupati negotiation. Kenha na KENHA na National Land Commission wanaongea fujo, wanatuambia kwamba mkiuliza madai sisi tutahama, tutaondoka. Angalia kuna lapset pia inaanza kutoka Lamu ikipitia hii sehemu, na tunafikiria kwamba hizo miradi zote ni kupanua sisi Northern Kenya kiuchumi, kijamii na hata kisiasa. Lakini mambo yoyote ambayo za miradi za maana ikifika katika Northern Kenya zinabadilika mrendo zake, na sisi bado tunafikiria. Angalia jamani, sisi tuko na abattoir ambaye ni soko yetu. Maka 20 hiyo abattoir ambaye ingekuwa soko ya Northern Kenya yote zimekuwa hapa kwa sababu ya ufisadi, haiendelei kazi yote. Leather ambaye jamaa mmoja ameongea, ambaye ni vitu value, tungeweza kupata leather zetu zitumike na zitufaidishe. Sasa tunaona kwamba hii kongamano ni ya maana, ndio mara nyingine ni muhimu sana, haswa wakati serikali imeleta. Civil society wametufanyia mara nyingi, lakini serikali ndio mara ya kwanza. Katika mambo ya pesa ya equalization, watu wanashikana sana. Sisi hatutaki hata counties wapewe hiyo pesa, kwa sababu hata ile pesa walikuwa wanapata wanafanya ufisadi, haitusaidii. Hatujapiga hatua hata moja kubadilisha maisha zetu, kwa sababu tumekuwa na drought, ng'ombe yetu ya makatatu mfululizo, mali zetu zote zimekusha. Elino ilikuja ikamaliza hiyo zingine zote. Hata hawa PPG wanaendaga State House kila siku, wamesema ya kwamba wamejua shida yetu, wakasema at least compensation kidogo. Nashukuru governor wa Marsabit, mara moja president alipokuja alijaribu kuzungumza hiyo, na president akaahidi milioni 500 kwa county zote, na hiyo ni peanut. Kwa hivyo sisi tumenyanyaziwa na ma MPs na ma senators ambaye ni 110, hawajafikiria yetu. Hatuna kazi, hatuna nini, shida zetu ni kubwa kushinda wakati, kwa sababu wengi ndio wanaongojea, lakini dhulma ya NFD ni kama ile ambayo tumeanza 1963.
Nimeshukuru sana. Hey, I have you first and then. Hey, Orto.
Yes.
Umejiingiza kwa nini? Endelea. Haya mzee, endelea. Hapana. Just go on.
Thank you. Asante sana, Kiswahili ni tabu kidogo, lakini I've been listening the presentations yesterday and today, and most of these problems shida yote inahitaji is a local it's somehow some percentage it's a local problem which needs local solutions. Now what I'm trying to say is we get a lot of informations like today, even some are not known to me. But what the problem is the disconnect. That is how this information reach the end users. The good presentations talking about the articles, what is my right, what is not, I also learned it. So, unfortunately, what is mostly happening is that the informations, what's happening is only, out of 100%, only 10% reach the community. That's the end users, what I'm saying. So what I'm saying, how shall we improve so that we, the marginalized people, to be the change agent?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ilete hapa mbele. Tumemalizana na upande huo, tafadhali.
Thank you very much. My name is John Monyeri from the Media Council of Kenya, representing the CEO. The Media Council of Kenya is a regulator, is a media regulator under the Ministry of ICT, the State Department of Broadcasting. And what I'm actually just about to recommend is what the President has just asked about communication, because we regulate media. And all this information that we are talking about is actually not getting into the mainstream and even the community radio or the stations. So what I'm actually thinking is how we can partner in terms of training the journalists and the editors on how this information can get to the common mwananchi and to all of us. Because, you know, the media is the mouthpiece. And if we don't train our journalists with this information, even how they report, it will not be effective. So they need to be trained so that they train accordingly. Let us have ASAL, a dedicated team of ASAL reporters, well-trained. Let them go out. We have travel grants and all those sorts of things. Let them be capacitated in a way that they are able actually to report. We have community radio stations and all those. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to really bring this to an end. Dakika moja mzee.
Asante sana. Kwa jina mimi naitwa Golicha Glagalo. Mimi pia kiongozi katika Moyale alikuwa karibu mwaka 30 na ikiwa kansala MCA. Na kwanza nashukuru kupata mkutano kama hii na kusema moja mbili. Jambo la kwanza ningelipenda kusema kusema kweli upande wa viongozi tumepitia ndani. Kuna shida vile wengine wameongea. Ya siku hizi kwanza wanatoroka watu hata wachukui simu. Kuna shida kubwa sana. Sijui wanawakilisha nani. Na ujui kama hata time bomb kitokea huko kama wanaweza kujua ile umati wanayowakilisha kama kweli wako iko katika hali gani. Hiyo ni mambo ya viongozi, hatutaki kusema zaidi saa hii na tupigane katika warsha kama hii mambo yao.
Okay.
Haswa ningelipenda kusema kuhusu kwa mfano mwaka 3 iliyopita tulikuwa na kiangazi kubwa. Gombe zikaisha. Na hizo gombe iko na ngozi. Kuna wakati fulani sio wakati mwaka iliyopita nyingi tulikuwa hata tukikosa nyama ngozi tuko na mali ya kupeleka. Lakini serikali kuanzia rais wetu Uhuru Mungai Kenyatta alistafu, alipoteza hizo zote mambo ya ngozi, sijui inapelekwa wapi. Walifungua factories, alafu ile ngine ya huko inatosha, zetu ya sehemu hii yote nakosa soko mpaka saa hii na magua. Kama tungefaa kupeleka nchi ya nje ikiwa tunafunguliwa tungekuwa bora zaidi. Kwa hivyo hayo pia mambo ingefaa kuangaliwa. Ya pili, kama tungekuwa
tumekubaliana issue moja mzee. Tumelikubaliana issue moja kila mmoja.
Okay, asante sana.
Sasa wengine pia wapate.
Haya.
I'll just finish with the gentleman in the pink.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Ile.
You'll have to ask.
My name's Omar Hassan Mohammed, famous name Tadicha, former councillor from Wajir West constituency, Genyure Ward. Mine, I will not talk about animals. I will not talk about farm. I will not talk about land. Mine is an additional, and I want to just to inform people ya kwamba they forgot about citizenship, because we are talking of marginalization. In fact, the first citizenship is birth certificate. Where I came from, Wajir, I'm representing a Paranet with combination of Namati. Where I came from, birth certificate is becoming more expensive than even the ID card. Now, we, the people of northeastern of Kenya, or this pastoralist, you are told, if maybe let me continue with Kiswahili.
Kiswahili. Umalizie.
Sawa sawa. Kwa sababu ulisema ni moja tu, so niongee tujua hii sisi.
Ni moja tu.
Mtoto yako ako na ID ya baba, ID ya mama, unapeleka mahali ya ofisi ya registration. Unaambua kuja na
shahidi, chief andike barua, mwalimu andike barua. Are we not Kenyan citizens still?
So.
Hiyo ni shida ile tunapata sana. Ya pili, where I came from, Wajir. Unaambiwa kwa nini mtoto anachelewa, si wapate tu siku ya kuzaliwa. In Wajir, we have only 3 functional offices. Giriftu, Habasweine, and Wajir Central. So, mutu ako Bute, mutu ako Tarbach, mutu ako Dif. Even though I wanted to add, ya kwamba, we have problem with e-citizens. Please be informed and also add to the agendas of today.
Asante
Thank you
sana.
very much.
Thank you. Peter, tumalizia hiyo, that's the last.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Peter Durito, and I am from DLCI. My question goes to Ombaka on policy and institutional framework. And one of it you mentioned was the flagship projects, LAPSET and NEDI. I will be interested in LAPSET. Do we have a sufficient policy direction? What implications will it have on the local communities, particularly on this side of the north? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's the end of it. Tumashukuru. I think further discussions can continue after out there. Dr. Okot and Victor Vincent will still be around until late afternoon. Now, I want the two of them to close for us. They're making closing remarks. Lakini nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu moja, maanake wazee wamezungumza na hamaki mingi sana kuhusu the leaders, which I think from yesterday, it is not something that has been discussed in details. Blaming leadership yetu. 102 or 110 members of parliament, PPG, 15 governors, 15 senators, 15 women reps from these 15 PPG counties. Wote wanakutana Wajir tarehe 8 mpaka tarehe 10. In fact, one of the resolutions that's coming out of this is to place this on kwa meza yao wakiwa wanatusikiliza hao wenyewe. Tuwaeleze MPs, this is where you have fallen short. Governors, we don't see the money that you have been given for the last 12 years of devolution. The only story we read from the media is that you are building big buildings in Nairobi. So these are things, resolutions ambayo zitaenda. I don't think Vincent na Dr. Okoto watajibu hiyo maswali ya leadership. And the reason for having this conference is to be able to take some of these resolutions to that forum where the leadership ya PPG yote watakuwa eko, na pia the national government leadership, the president, his deputy, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries watakuwa wanakaa hapo. And I think the biggest person has been blamed in this institution is the National Treasury. So, Jarso, we want CS and PS, National Treasury, wawe wamekaa hapo kwa hiyo PPG meeting. Asanteni. So, Dr. Ekuro Okot, you can close and as well maybe respond to one or two.
Okay.
In 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks. So I thank you so much. Asanteni sana kwa maswali zenu, but I think most of them will take it back as feedback, and we'll try to improve on our reports even more with your comments. But just a quick one, maybe in 2 minutes, I will say this. On the question of geographical location, I'm always biased to the idea that we must go to the very smallest unit, because that's the only way you can actually begin to measure people's problems. And that's why for us in our proposal, we said, can we go to the ward level? So that this question of equalization, what is it really we're equalizing? And that is, I tie that to the question, what does it entail? In my view, when you talk about equalization, equality is an ideal. But can we talk at least about equity? Hata leo hii, not everybody is dressed in designer clothes or whatever, but you are all dressed, ndio?
So there is a reducible minimum that me as a human being I must have so that I can live a life of dignity. And I think that is the whole question of equalization. Although it's an ideal, but at least what is more realistic is equity. Can we say at least come and clean water, come and barabara, come and hospitali, everybody in Kenya is capable of accessing those things. If today I decide, let me move to Mandera, can I ensure that I can move with my family, watoto wangu wapate shule, kama wako wagonjwa wanaenda kwa hospitali? So I think that is the whole idea of equalization. That's what informed us. And remember, when I started my presentation, I spoke about the political history of Northern Kenya, because that is what set the stage for how marginalization became a factor, and deliberately. And again, I will refer you, please, so many Article 260 of the Constitution, because it gives about 4 instances of what is really a marginalized group or community. So if you look at all those instances, at least we can say we can achieve that. To Abdinur, I agree with you totally, Dr. Northern Kenya, we should stop this nonsense of always complaining and talking about marginalization. Sorry to use very strong words, but tutasema tuko marginalized mpaka lini? 47 counties have come, billions are coming to us, watu wetu ni wanatuibia, you know, because I remember when we were debating the Constitution, and you know, Honorable Nania can confirm, is that we had a big debate about the 4 levels of government. There was national, regional, district, and locational. But sisi, Wakenya wako wanasikizana, how many levels shall we go? How far shall we devolve? So we only picked the 1992 Provinces and Districts Act that gave us the 47 now counties we have. So leo hii, hata sijui kama, I don't know how popular can be, nikienda kusema nasimama kura huko Wajir against Helmi, ati ni mshinde, as a Turkana, and him being a Somali. But now we have given you resources to be managed by your own people, to manage your own problems, and you are not doing it. And that's why I agree. The question of leadership is very fundamental. I know Prof doesn't want us to talk politics. Lakini, what is politics? Politics is public life. It's about some of those decisions that we must make for the sake of the people in a country. So I would say that leadership is a big issue, but I also want to refer you to Article 258 when Abdinura has the question about what is the fallback. You know, we don't have to wait. If you see your brother is falling on the ditch, you can actually invoke that article and do something about it. I agree with the idea of mega transformational projects. I think that's the way to go. That's the only way we can begin to actually change the faces of these counties. And I think I will refer you to what is happening in Burkina Faso by Captain Ibrahim Traore. He's initiating some very mega transformational projects. You can call him a dictator or a military ruler, but so what? Some of our people here hide behind democracy, but they are not impacting the lives of their people. Not that I support military coups, but if a military leader can actually transform the life of their people, as opposed to somebody who is hiding behind being democratically elected, who is better? I'm sure it's not siasa, lakini what really is development? I think I've answered that question. I agree, pastoralism is a livelihood, but it has really not been exploited to its fullest. You know, if you look at the example of a country like Botswana, before even they started going the mineral way, the diamonds, they started with nyama, meat production. And that's how the economy was defined. So you can imagine if today in northern Kenya, because these nomads and pastoralists are multi-billionaires, they don't know. Because there's no deliberate policy. If today you have got 100 camels, can you imagine, just do, I don't know how much a camel is, maybe over 100,000 per camel. You want to tell me you are as rich, you are more richer than somebody in Kiambu or in Moranga or wherever the case may be. But we are not exploiting our own economic opportunities in the northern part of Kenya. There is no deliberate policy that let's change the lives of these people so that they can relate to the other. But you know, lastly, I just want to say this. Nimesikia hapa watu wakisema I was a former councillor, former MCA. You also should tell us what is it that you did when you are now that councillor and that MCA. Where did things go wrong? Because it's easy for you to say, I was a former this, a former that, but during your time, did you account for your leadership to change the lives of the people? Ama saizi mnasema you are a former because hauko kwa power. Because that's what people will also say about now leaders who are in the national level. So I totally agree. There's a problem with the leadership in northern part of Kenya, and I'm happy that FCDC, PPG is actually having this conversation. I hope we can renew them even more vibrantly so that we can begin to actually think about what is 1, 2, 3 things that if we did in northern Kenya today, actually it can change. Coming from Turkana County myself, can you imagine today kama tungekuwa tuna a local refinery after the oil was discovered? Now even the land question has appreciated in Lokichar because our Kikuyu brothers and sisters have moved there on the question of land. Visit, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll hang around a little bit before we leave, and if there are any questions on the side, we'll be more than happy to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience. I only have a minute. I'll first just run through. It's 11:50. First, I do agree. Pastoralism is a science. And one of the things that our constitution acknowledges is what we call indigenous knowledge. And I think there are a lot that has gone through, even at the African Union level, to come up with a framework for pastoralism in Africa. I think we need to push back. And I have met so many people who are pastoralists who don't believe in pastoralism. Let me ask you a simple question. You know the slums in Nairobi? How many slums in Nairobi have pastoralists? None. What about CC, the agriculture people? So, but they don't romanticize education. By the way, if you do your research, you realize our education system is very discriminative. I had this from a professor from Strathmore, and it intrigued me. 70%, it does not work for 70% of us. Only 30%. Those of you who are graduates, you are 1% of the people you are born with. People are driving border borders and all those. So I say even if ourselves people are poor, the poverty of pastoralism is not the equivalent to the poverty of Migori. The poverty of Migori is worse. It takes you to the slum. So pastoralism is a science. I think there's a bigger debate in there, and it's funny, even you have to be convinced. The second comment, and I do agree, we need to create an enabling environment for business. Is it possible for ourselves to be the best place in Kenya to do business? Is that possible? Because I think we need to start having inter-county competition, which is already happening. If you look at the Indian community in the business sector, you'll notice many of them are moving their factories away from Nairobi. They are going towards Isinya, which is Asal, isn't it? Some of them are coming to Murang'a. Why are they doing that? Because Nairobi is too hostile. 100 people can come to your door. KRA, Nakuja, sijui nani. So people realize, let me move my factory elsewhere. So can people, what do you need to do as ourselves to improve the business environment? And lastly, I'll skip a number of other comments. In terms of the community conservancy, in my report, I actually bring it up as one of the game changers, that when we talk about diversifying, can we diversify in line with the ASAL ecosystem? Every scientist I talk to tell me, this idea that you can irrigate the whole of northern Kenya of ASAL, not workable. The cost of irrigating that place is too much. Unless the only thing you can replace with ecosystem services in the ASALs is mining. So either you find minerals, you become like Saudi Arabia and those other people who can live in the desert, or you find diversification in line with the ecosystem services and biodiversity of the place. So community conservancy, how do we support some of these initiatives and do that quite well? I think anything beyond that, I have heard your comments, quite many. I'll be able to put them in my report. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. I think leo mambo ni mengi, masaa ndio machache. So I will not even tease too much our upcoming session, but we will be talking about coordination. And I think all these leadership issues could also better be discussed in this session that will be led by Honorable Elmi, who will be the moderator, and will be joined by Osido from the County Governance Watch. We have Edwin Mbaya representing Mercy Corps, and Ambassador Mahbub Mohammed from board from Equalization Fund. So let's take 15 minutes, tafadhali. I think that's sufficient for tea, so that we do not promote this problem to the next sessions. We'll end up not having enough time for the remaining sessions. So dakika 15 tafadhali. I think hiyo inatosha kunywa chai alafu turudi hapa. So tupatane hapa 10 minutes past noon. 15 minutes please. applause for the moderator and the panelists. My bad.
war bokolo gidye gini neke ko diduwa kilemuni agujana toda atalam to a turturio talam to turturio ngona atalam na tanga gidal to me aguja ato bukona kitna bechonio abukona kitna bechonio ngona talam to bokong ni nyedit mer lokalan ani mo chebe ne bun nawri ngarak nawri alla re boko kinyama to kane boko lokalan usaya kaya ngaro bijay Kesi bala moja, bala na uri, kende leaji kwangna, kengarak to waji ki, alo muat alo yakar. Mampu to kana ngakurna kala lagi yakar to angrolu. Tanang alo deke dinen. Ali wardu ato kan lemuni abakalo, ato tubo, amar ke ka beye, amar ke ka agri, atanya ma. To duku ngawat, tanang alo de kwade. Yakata rabia. Rato kana ngede kwade, lolo zanga wat ki diami, atal talun. Mereng rol kolongo alo bakop egaga to kana na uring rolu egaga ye rogo.
This place is normally having a bumper harvest. It's an 850 acres. This area previously had Prosopis menens, where there is a lot of Prosopis juliflora, and we've supported these communities to do bush clearing. We supported this group to do de-stamping of the stumps, and also we are going to do chisel plowing. After that, now we'll provide them with the seeds, with capacity building, and this whole area will produce enough food for the communities around here. Every farmer will have a paddock for putting on some cowpeas, some green grams, what we call green leafy vegetables, because this is what can help them or support the malnutrition children at least drive out of malnutrition.
Dorog jika ko mojina man na ni nyamiyong to tubo ganyanya to tubo ngabeye waga green waga sipinet waga egutunguo rol ko longulu amma ka panye ne do wa ko tere gidi ama koro to kanang rolu ke bala mo che jokonoy ke bala je ki ayende labi ke ngara ken te je ki lu chede to na mo che do wa ngatungal ko longo ke na ki na uri ngadalanu ke ngara ke wa na bolu che lo luoni nyanyo na ngakorono bala mo che lu chede lo ri nyanyo na ta nyutungulu den atali weri eratak de rogo kangi dege dinen kaya malaria to kana man na mara kwenni rama na grup na iwa ketungo lo kwala na ngetungo ko lalo muneteneke yang arakini sana agyala ngi ngale yang arakini ngi ngide ke jalo kulio yang arakini kurna kala ngi dege dinen ang arakit ng tunga mojeng alto mi akroiti na uri.
Tukishirikiana na shirika la Nawiri, tunataka kufanya upanuzi mkubwa wa mashamba ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata chakula cha kutosha. Nawiri wako na mipango. Saizi wanatusaidia kufanya canal desilting. Hizi canals ni zile ambazo zinatusaidia kuweka maji kwa mashamba na vile vile hiyo maji inatusaidia kwa mifugo.
We also support in terms of construction of new canals, expansion of existing ones, extension of existing ones, and also installation of canal intakes.
Atokana abuni alamana rukutu ke boka gwa atokana mo chana kiti abu tokana yanza ka tubutum atormo boka yanza tokana tubutu banyanya to tubutu bo kutungu gwa mo cha me tokana lokeno asa na tokana nya karangena e kutungu lo pe ngien ko lo wa ngro kutungu kalo kai ko lo wa na gigal ne po jala dukan doro kiti gua kita cimpi atanya mah gua aku mau jena kani reteng de tamida ngemoyo tamida kan gua tuh ngemoyo talakar kini dalberi bala kemat karangker bayi beren takaanjo takakot dalberi kelakar bale mama karangki berni ben kinyam tuh wana ngaria tak tuh atanya mah nyala marken tak kayak kutung Mama, kuwa kira banga beyel ben, nan banga beyel na ben. Badi ubereng ini koko, tobongai koko ngai tuloi, edingi dia lo nyemete pelambi. Dia ma aku mau jena penya culta. Aso kumar ten na o ni arai kala kwari kerio lang gitar ko tere podoria ko roteli wori ngi siare deke war bokolo gise gini neke ko diduwa kilemuni agujana toda atalam to a turturio atalam to turturio ngona atalam na tanga gital to me aguja ato bukona kitna bechenio abukona kitna bechenio ngona atalam to bokong ni nyedit mer lokalan ani mo chebene bun nawri ngarak nawri Allah re boka kinyama to kane bokolo kalan usaya kaya ngaro bijay Yesi bala moja bal na wuri kende laji kwangna ki ngarak do waji ki alo mwaki alo yakar mama to kana ngakurna kala gi yakar do angrolu tananga lo deke dinen ali warzo ato kan lemuni abokolo ato tubo amar ke ka ngabeyey amar ke ka agri atanyama to duku ngawat tananga lo de ko de yakata rabia Rato ko nang ide ko si lolo nga wat ki diami atal talun. Mereng rol ko longo alo bokop. Egaga to kana na uring rolu egaga ye rogo.
This place is normally having a bumper harvest. It's an 850 acres. This area previously had a Prosopis menens, where there is a lot of Prosopis juliflora, and we've supported these communities to do bush clearing. We supported this group to do de-stamping of the stumps, and also we are going to do chisel plowing. After that, now we'll provide them with the seeds, with capacity building, and this whole area will produce enough food for the communities around here. Every farmer will have a paddock for putting on some cowpeas, some green grams, what we call green leafy vegetables, because this is what can help them or support the malnutrition children at least drive out of malnutrition.
Dorok jika kemudian aman na ni nyamiyong to tuba ganyanya to tuba ngabeyei waga green waga spinach waga egutungua rol ko longlu amma ka panye ne dowa ko tere gidi ama koro to kanang rolu ke bala mo tie jokono ke bala je ke ayandele abi ke ngara kente je ke lu tiada to kana mo tie dowa ngal ko longo ke na kinna uringa dalanu ke ngara ke dowa na bolu tie lo luoni nyanyo na ngakorono bala mo chelu chede lo ringa nyanyo na ta nyutungulu den atali weri eratak de rogo kangi dege dinen kaya malaria to kana man na mara kwenne ara mana group na igwa ketunga tunga lo kwalak na ngatongol ko lalo mune teneke yang arakini sana agyala ngi ngale yang arakini ngi ngide ke jalo dugulyo yang arakini ngakurna kala ngi lege dinen yang arakini ngatunga mojeng alto mi akroiti na uri.
Tukishirikiana na shirika la Nawiri tunataka kufanya upanuzi mkubwa wa mashamba ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata chakula cha kutosha. Nawiri wako na mipango. Saizi wanatusaidia kufanya canal desilting. Hizi canals ni zile ambazo zinatusaidia kuweka maji kwa mashamba na vile vile hiyo maji inatusaidia kwa mifugo.
We also support in terms of construction of new canals, expansion of existing ones, extension of existing ones, and also installation of canal intakes.
Atau kana abuni ala mana rugutu ke boka uga to kana mo chana gipi abu to kana yanza ka tubutum ator mo boka yanza to kana tubutu banyanya to tubutu mo gutungu uga mo chag me to kana lokeno asa na to kana ya karangena e gutungu lo pe bien ko lo wa ngakro gutungu kalo kai ko lo wa na gigal ne po jala dukan doro kiti wa kita chimbi atanyama wa ko mo jina ka ni reteng de tamida ngoyo tamida kad ko to moyo talakar kini dalwari wala kamat karangker bay beren takaanjo takako dalwari kala ko arba de mama karangi berni ben kinyam do wana ngaria tak do atanyama nyanya lay marken ta kay kutungu mama kuba kra banga be yele ben nan banga be yena ben badi ubereng ini kok to bongai kok ngai loy edingi de lo nyemete plan B dia ma aku mo jona penya culta Aso kumarte na wo nya rai kala kwari keriolog bitar ko tere Podoria koroteli woringi si arede ke.
Saizi tunatumia mboga, tuko na shamba ngapi? 4. Tuko na shimo huko, tunaweka nterere, shimo ingine tunaweka kunde, shamba ingine tunaweka suguma na spinach.
Bearing in mind the goal of our program, we are targeting women who have children under 5 so that they are able to access nutritious vegetables within their households. Also, we are encouraging and supporting them to establish kitchen gardens, since now we have availability of water at the village. These, in the long run, will support in reduction of malnutrition.
Why do we have a farm in the middle of a hospital? The main goal of Nawiri is to actually address malnutrition. And this being the health facility, that's why we call it a demonstration farm. For families to know how do they diversify dietary at household level. So ukikuja hapa na mtoto wako na malnutrition, you are actually given a piece of land here, a small garden, to also be taught how to grow vegetables. So this was actually a demonstration farm. But the demand became so much, you will realize this farm goes all the way to the fence there. So the community had to give us 4 acres for a community farm. This will only serve as a demonstration for families with special need.
We want to support crop production in the selected or identified sites that the communities have identified to start vegetable production. We are supporting them with trainings on climate smart agriculture approaches. For now, we have trained 40 and thinking of expanding to even more sites and increasing even the target populations.
Sisi tumeona mabadiliko kwa sababu zamani tulikuwa tu tunanunua mboga kwa hii soko ya Lorugu ni yani Aramisi peke yake. Unapata hiyo mboga hata ukinunua mingi inaharibika kwa sababu inatoka mbali kabisa Meru. Lakini hata saa hizi sisi tunauza hiyo mboga yetu ni wengi anataka kununua kwa sababu ni fresh. Hakuna madawa sisi tunaweka.
This is a community that has never actually done any form of agriculture. So it tells you how much water plays a role in food security.
Korna kutumu yol jampalang ikije yasho lengamu kaza sabada na da yo maisha yo baga dangera biera ko soro nikije ko mayo wa me tempoka shama ya umpoka kora to da atoka ke tambada ekilini morogore ke atangera oleng nanya shaguleti kiswadi dangera ngike dangara kenya kuna poka.
Thank you. Saa hii sisi tunatumia mboga, tuko na shamba ngapi? 4. Tuko na shimo huko, tunaweka nterere, shimo ingine tunaweka kunde, shamba ingine tunaweka suguma na spinach.
Bearing in mind the goal of our program, we are targeting women who have children under 5 so that they are able to access nutritious vegetables within their households. Also, we are encouraging and supporting them to establish kitchen gardens since now we have availability of water at the village. These, in the long run, will support in reduction of malnutrition.
Why do we have a farm in the middle of a hospital? The main goal of Nawiri is to actually address malnutrition. And this being the health facility, that's why we call it a demonstration farm. For families to know how do they diversify dietary at household level. So ukikuja hapa na mtoto wako na malnutrition, you are actually given a piece of land here, a small garden, and to also be taught how to grow vegetables. So this was actually a demonstration farm. But the demand became so much, you will realize this farm goes all the way to the fence there. So the community had to give us 4 acres for a community farm. This will only serve as a demonstration for families with special need.
We want to support crop production in the selected or identified sites that the communities have identified to start vegetable production. We are supporting them with trainings on climate-smart agriculture approaches. For now, we have trained 40 and thinking of expanding to even more sites and increasing even the target populations.
Sisi tumeona mabadiliko kwa sababu zamani tulikuwa tu tunanunua mboga kwa hii soko ya Lorugu ni yani Aramisi peke yake. Unapata hiyo mboga hata ukinunua mingi inaharibika kwa sababu inatoka mbali kabisa Meru. Lakini hata saa hii sisi tunauza hii mboga yetu ni wengi anataka kununua kwa sababu ni fresh. Hakuna madawa sisi tunaweka.
This is a community that has never actually done any form of agriculture. So it tells you how much water plays a role in food security.
Korna kutumu yol jampalang. Ikije yo asho lengamu kaza sabada na da yo maisha. Yo boga ngera biera ko soro nikije ko mayo wa mo metumpoka. Shama ya umpoka. Kora to da atoka ke tambada ekilini. Morogore ke atangera oleng nanya shaguleti. Kispadi tangera angike tangara kenya kuna poka.
Everywhere you go on this planet, there is a story to tell of ordinary people with grand dreams, embracing the unknown, forging new paths, pushing forward despite obstacles, raising the bar for all of us. They are proof the impossible can be done. In 2004, our journey began. 9 conservancies united to form the Northern Rangelands Trust and pioneer community conservation across one of the most dramatic landscapes in Africa and across a range of diverse cultures and communities. 20 years later, we have come a long way, grown to 45 members, protected 15 endangered species, implemented more than 200 community projects, protected wildlife across over 15 million acres of land, and collected 92 tons of ocean plastic. Home to the world's largest soil carbon removal project, we are advancing the frontiers of conservation, making life better for 1 million people. Our partners share our vision. Together, we have achieved 20 years of conserving nature, 20 years of nurturing peace, 20 years of developing communities, 20 years of increasing climate resilience. Inspired by the communities we serve, we are expanding the horizon of conservation in Kenya and Uganda. Everywhere you go on this planet, there is a story to tell of ordinary people with grand dreams. Everywhere you go on this planet, there is a story to tell of ordinary people with grand dreams, embracing the unknown, forging new paths, pushing forward despite obstacles, raising the bar for all of us. They are proof the impossible can be done. In 2004, our journey began. 9 conservancies united to form the Northern Rangelands Trust and pioneer community conservation across one of the most dramatic landscapes in Africa and across a range of diverse cultures and communities. 20 years later, we have come a long way, grown to 45 members, protected 15 endangered species, implemented more than 200 community projects, protected wildlife across over 15 million acres of land, and collected 92 tons of ocean plastic. Home to the world's largest soil carbon removal project, we are advancing the frontiers of conservation, making life better for 1 million people. Our partners share our vision. Together, we have achieved 20 years of conserving nature, 20 years of nurturing peace, 20 years of developing communities, 20 years of increasing climate resilience. Inspired by the communities we serve, we are expanding the horizon of conservation in Kenya and Uganda, writing new chapters for the next 20 years and beyond, and building a future filled with hope and endless possibilities.
Kaji nanan sara la tora na kara chale DM group na jina lepo na or na bikin debat bikin at kor na dada na kada na je ketele to yoni joleng nugo bona do meta ikita ngasa aji nguturu liki safe silingini nugo tum da ai safe silingini na kiyo na wiri na kiyo sandu niki safe kore bikin debat safe na yoni je training na yo training ngoji ne ripeki kona saini amukor na bikin dibirana to ginu amir nutum faida nutum to ginu pakakin karana na gor bikin mir kuna to gitinang nutum faida para faida nigi bik sanduku na gor to bikin jama sama bol bang miki yo ko gola kasila bang miki elewa
our seats so that we can begin our next session on coordination that will be moderated by Honorable Mohammed Elmi. And the panelists will have Kevin Osido from County Governance Watch. He has been very dedicated in the devolved space, as well as Mr. Mbaya Edwin from Mercy Corps. And as we wait for those people to come in, those who are still settling in, and as the panelists come on stage, I was just mulling over some statistics that were shared yesterday and today. And I think under some of the key challenges under education and health that was discussed yesterday in pastoralist areas was the fact that students in northern Kenya or in ASAL regions, you'll find we have one toilet for 100 students. You know, it sounds like one of those facts that you don't really think about, but really think about it. One toilet for 100 students. So if it's a lunch break, for example, or a tea break, and people have to use a washroom, just how much time would it take for a class of 100 students to use that one facility? So these are simple things that we might not really think about, but when you spend some time and mull it over, you really realize that there's a lot on the surface that we need to address. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that especially children living in these regions get to live a decent life. But the other fact that I would like to talk about is something that Mr. Moku really spoke passionately about. It was a standard by which we say majority of people in pastoralist areas are poor. Poor by capitalist standards or poor by what standards exactly? Because I'm just assuming, even where I come from, you'd find a very young kid, even a 6-year-old, anapeleka ng'ombe 100 machungani. If the value of one cow is about 50,000, so what is he's taking out, let me call it mali worth 5 million, and this is a 6-year-old. But according to the standards that we have used to describe ourselves, or the standards the capitalists or the colonizers, let me say, have apportioned us, that boy would be considered poor because they're out there grazing, because they are living a simple life. But it has been the African way to live a life very connected to nature. Our houses are made of mud. We have always been very much united with nature. The roofs are made of grass. So we are not so far from where we want to go. We are just looking at how do we inculcate or incorporate modernity, innovation, and solutions to fast track that process, because our ancestors, wazee wetu wa kitambo, already walikuwa wanaishi maisha. And it's something that I think Mbaka also mentioned in the previous session, that I don't know if I've ever seen a pastoralist living in slum areas. That really sat with me, because they're already living simple, sustainable lives. So what more is it that we're looking at? We are looking to make that sustainable life better. We are not saying we want to live in high-rise buildings. No, we're saying how do we make the most out of this environment that we have? Because if 80% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid land, and I think we already have a good idea on what can work. What Kajiado North MP Elijah Memusi was talking about yesterday with the video that we saw in terms of fodder production. Then we have all this land that can actually be a platform or a ground that some of these things can be implemented, but of course with a lot of research, and we have our team of research here to guide us on what can be done and what cannot be done, and of course with the facilitation of the county governments, because that's where the money is at. But the ideas are here. So if you're a legal practitioner, if you're a politician, if you're a leader representing people one way or the other, leave here with something, one thing that you will do, one thing that you will execute, so that we do not end up with an empty rhetoric. We come back next year and discuss the same problems. So without much further ado, I would like to yield the floor to Honorable Mohammed Elmi and his panel to take us through this session. Oh, we have one more guest. Commissioner Sadia, thank you very much for representing the ladies. It has been drought up here of ladies, you know. The 2/3 gender rule has not been observed. So thank you very much for making time to be with us. We'll do it within an hour, and we also have a gentleman here. I did not. Or we have the CEO Equalization Fund, Karibuni Sana. Let's take this through within an hour, including the question and answer session. Yes.
Good afternoon again. Welcome back. We've been given 1 hour, which means up to 1:30. I know some people will start getting jiggery, wanting to go and pray. I think we can pray exactly 1:30. I promised that we'll end it by, let's say, 1:25. This is a very critical element that is always neglected. I was asked to have this panel on effective governance and largely around coordination. From my experience, and you can see my head has no hair, and you can see my hair has decided to turn color. Coordination, which is the most important, we only talk about it. We do not put the resources in place. And where we have put the resources, we bypass them. So, for example, Sadia is from the Commission on committee on, technical committee to make sure that the two levels of government work together. And that's what the Constitution envisaged. But people had to go to court on the equalization budget, waste 4 years. When the two levels would have sent their technical people, the technical people would have come with recommendations and probably sort it out. So these tough wars and people going around things are the major one. But I don't want to spend more time, so I will invite the first speaker, Karibu. And we want to take very few minutes so that we can allow more time for people to ask or to contribute. And when we open to the floor, please, it's not always about questions. It's also to contribute so that we take those contributions to the next level. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hamujambo nyinyi nyote. Salamu alaikum. Basi ningependa kujitambulisha kwanza. Naitwa Kevin Osido. Nafanya kazi na shirika ambalo ni County Governance Watch. Na shughuli yetu haswa ni kuhakikisha ya kuwa tumewapea wananchi nafasi na fursa ili waweze wakatangamana vilivyo na serikali zao gatuzi, haswa kulingana na dira la katiba yetu ya Kenya, ambayo ilitupea nguvu sisi kama wananchi tuweze tukajiongoza, tujilinde, na pia tuhakikishe ya kuwa uongozi umo mikononi mwetu, na pia zile rasilimali na fedha zimegatuzwa zikagatuliwa katika serikali zetu. So I am very grateful for this opportunity to come and speak on three key issues which border on improving coordination between our governments and also issues of major challenges of governance and leadership in pastoral counties. And then I'll make an attempt to address some of the ways in which we can be able to focus on recommendations. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens, there is a chart which I picked from somewhere. And for those who have been in this country, you know, those are our friends called Gen Zs. So if you look at that screen, you can easily tell where you belong and which generation or age group you are part of, what your context looks like, what your behavior looks like, and also what you are quite at risk to consume and also to invest your time in. And really, this is one of the things that we keep sharing with counties, that post-June 2024-25, we are looking at modalities and models that can be able to enhance spaces of engagement between governments and their citizens. So the leadership and those that they lead. Next. If you look at this model, really that borders on governance and leadership, and we're looking at those two key elements, governance and leadership. What do they mean, particularly in the context of coordination, collaboration between 48 governments, 47 counties, and also one national government? What does governance mean at the level of national, and what does governance mean at the level of county governments, and indeed even leadership? And I'm very glad that since yesterday and the session that preceded ours, we've talked largely about leadership and also concerns that border on what the people want, so prioritization, and what the leadership is actually being seen to be done. So what, therefore, does the input look like for us to guarantee sustainable development, and where do we narrow down on some of the challenges, whether they are social factors, economic factors, environmental factors, structural factors, and therefore that lead towards sustainable county governments. And so that therefore takes me to some of the major governance and leadership gaps in pastoral counties. And one of those next is, and this has also been addressed in some of the sessions, climate change and its response, adaptation concerns, and even how as pastoral counties and counties that are quite at risk consider this as a big challenge that therefore borders into how we make our leadership decisions and also even budget for some of these issues and concerns, which also relate to issues around resource conflicts, insecurity, and marginalization. And this term marginalization, Mheshimiwa Elmi, keeps bothering me because we anticipated that once we have devolution in Chapter 11 of our Constitution, then concerns around marginalization and marginalized communities. Yes, it is right, as Dr. Ukuru Eukot mentioned, that it is defined in our Constitution in Article 260. But then the question is, what does that mean to pastoral counties, particularly in the wake of county governments and also Equalization Fund? Do we think that 14 years or 13 to 14 years down the line, counties have done much better to be able to address marginalization and marginalized groups and marginalized communities? And in my view, I do not think so, because in many of the meetings and forums that we continue to engage with at different levels, even at the national level, people still get referred to as marginalized communities. And so the question then that begs is, how do we deal with that issue of marginalization and cocooning a certain group of people and even communities as marginalized groups, especially in the wake of budgeting, the CIDPs, the ADP, and concerns around even the laws and policies that are supposed to be made by our county governments. Of course, concerns around low capacity of local communities, and this is affecting a whole lot of issues, including human resource consumption at both national and county levels, particularly at the county levels. How do you do your recruitment processes? How do we ensure that even as we sit as recruitment committees, we are taking note of the challenges that we find and the realities on the ground? As Kenyans say, vitu kwa ground. How does that inform our engagements, and particularly in terms of the kind of decisions that we make to address these capacity issues? And one of the things that we have been doing as County Governance Watch is assessing budgets for counties. And one of the presentations which I will share with you here, rather not here, but
sorry to interrupt that presentation. There are two cars that have blocked the parking. Kindly KCJ 681B and KDD 599J. Kindly go move the cars. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Rezian. And so concerns around prioritization. And in most of the budgets of our ASAL counties, we don't see budgeting that is deliberate to address this academic qualification and requirement concerns. And that really is a big challenge that we want to throw to you to consider focusing on. Of course, issues around vastness have also been canvassed here, and how that links to coordination with the concerns around affordable housing, and what are those affordable houses and what do they mean to the kind of context that we are talking about. I've addressed climate issues. Of course, the other issue that we also feel as a gap in terms of engagement with national and counties is the rigid templates of development planning from either the Office of the Controller of Budget, the Office of the Auditor General, and even treasury and how those are supposed to work with, ASAL counties. And for those of you here who do budgeting issues around IFMIS and what you are required to do, how does that really affect our governance, and especially when it comes to responding to the needs of our citizens or the communities on the ground? Of course, capacity of local institutions, concerns around youth unemployment, social and economic exclusion. So the larger gap around inclusivity and inclusion of important groups or sectors within our communities. So in terms of the second question, which is, you can do one step back, on improved coordination by county governments to deliver services. There was a discussion around peace and security, and I'm happy to see Dr. Chiboi from the National Counterterrorism Center. We work very closely with them on county action plans to prevent violent extremism. And one of those major challenges that really keeps coming up is insecurity. So how do we think that it is important for us to improve coordination between national government and the ASAL counties, particularly in the wake of Schedule 4 of our Constitution, where security is not devolved? What are some of those practical issues that we can be able to put in place to enhance coordination between national government, the Ministry of Interior, and all the other agencies, ATPU, NCTC, DCI, all those, or rather the larger security infrastructure? What does that mean to us when we talk about coordination? And it's because when these emergency issues or disaster arise in our counties, the first person that the citizen always thinks about is the governor. Na governor alikuwa wapi? But sometimes there is probably no budget. And from part of the analysis that we have also done, especially with regards to issues of disaster response, most of our counties are not doing very well to also budget for those kind of issues at the level of the counties. So how do we think that it is important to look at some of the supportive frameworks that therefore enhance and strengthen coordination between national government and the counties? Then number two is, of course, still attached to security, the role of chiefs and ward administrators and even the sub-counties. So the larger county government framework or infrastructure, how does that provide an opportunity for us to strengthen coordination and engagement? That is because some of these people actually come from your offices as the county governments. And sometimes there is the need and the requirement that reporting be done, both especially for national government response and coordination. So what does that mean to us when it comes to strengthening the capacities of those chiefs, basically the local administration, and looking at it from bottom-up perspective, especially as we talk about better, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda? Interdepartmental coordination committees, and I want to appeal to especially the county departments, to begin to speak to each other. And in some of the counties we have seen where they have joint planning sessions, they also have joint budgeting sessions. And in some of the counties, we've also seen aspects where public participation and citizen engagement concerns have been raised, where there is, of course, the seeming nature of what can work together in terms of sectors and even sector working groups, but because of personal or maybe selfish interest of the political class or the person leading the process, you want to separate this. So at the level of the counties, is it important that, is it important for us to begin to see engagements, discussions, and of course, interdepartmental coordination committees being put in place? Talking about leveraging on technology, today we are talking about AI, and what does that mean to us, even as we talk about improving coordination for our counties and the response to our priorities within the county, the governance manifestos, the CIDPs, and all the governance processes and the tools that support what we need to do for both the county governments to run and to be seen to be delivering, but much more fundamentally for the citizens. Is there a place for us to think through technology? And if we had time, we would have talked about experiences with IFMIS and many other, technological design tools that both national and county governments use to be able to improve coordination and also improve governance. But do we feel that they are supporting our work? Do we think that they are really paying, especially with regards to the investment that is being put? Last but not least is strengthening policies and frameworks. This has been talked about, and the ASAL policy, what does that mean to us, especially when it comes to coordination of ASAL counties? Do we think that we can also strengthen and enhance public participation, citizen engagement frameworks? And really that is where the core, the crust of the matter lies. And then lastly, is a slide which will share with us some of the practical steps to bridge governance gaps in ASAL counties. And one of those is really issues around climate smart planning, engagement, and fostering, rather developing climate smart solutions. And this can be done way from the communities and upwards to the national level. And this really responds to really some of the challenges that we face, where we have the sparsity of the kind of localities that we are talking about. Can our counties get to a level where we are talking about climate smart villages or model towns within an area? And this really responds to the nomadic and pastoral nature of our lives. But we can think about it for the future to begin to see how we can condensely populate certain areas and make them model towns for ASAL counties. Climate smart interventions, and one of the sisters here, delegates, talk about community-led and community-driven, which is quite important. Community involvement in design, planning, execution, and monitoring of projects of county governments is a big lapse for our counties. And I want to believe that ASAL counties are also facing this, particularly when it comes to giving a voice to the marginalized and the minority communities. So the rest of them are, of course, the place of private sector and also civic education, particularly through our local media, local radio stations, and some of them really become very important, even in breaking down very complex messages that we need to pass to our communities. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Asanteni.
You have taken half of your colleagues. So the rest, I don't want presentation. Come and say the 4 or 5 things that you would like to do. So I invite the next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Good. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. My name is Edwin Baya. I work for the USAID Nawiri program as the System Strengthening Lead. USAID Nawiri works in 4 counties. 2 of the counties, Isiolo and Marsabit, are led by CRS, and then Samburu and Turkana are led by a Masiko-led consortium in terms of support. Now, I want to just build on what my fellow panelist, Ken, has said, just to give some of the practical examples that we are faced with, in our day-to-day engagement with the county governments, as really we continue to co-invest and co-implement our programs together the respective counties. And one of the key governance-related challenge that I'm sure all of you will agree with me is that the fact that a significant population in these counties do not have access to registration documents, that is the birth certificate and the identification, is really playing a key, is acting as really as a key obstacle for them to really access critical services. As Nawiri, across the 4 counties, we have invested over R1 billion shillings over the last 4 years in terms of women economic empowerment, for them to really giving them business grants, giving them capacity to sort of work, and the ideas in terms of different livelihoods that they could sort of pursue in terms of business with these particular funds. However, sustainability of such great interventions then become a problem, because if we cannot link them to financial services, I've seen banks here, microfinance, and so on and so forth, that really becomes a challenge. That has forced us as a program to work together with the county leadership, mostly members of parliament, the county leadership, and also national government agencies, like, for example, the Department of Civil Registration, to ensure that we at least make these services available to the far-flung areas. So ideally, that was not a programmatic mandate, but to enhance access to that particular service and to create linkages that will be sustainable after we have left, we are forced really to intervene and divert significant resources that could have gone to other interventions to that particular example. And I'll give you an example. We have been doing what is called Huduma Mashinani in our counties. And for example, in Samburu, we have done 6 events whereby we have worked together with all the other partners to facilitate acquisition of some of these critical services to the last mile communities. Out of the 6 events, we have had participation of 11,000 community members. And out of the 11,000, what brought 6,000 of them was registration documents. So you can imagine that all of them, they could not even access other services that were being provided during those particular sessions because really they lack critical issues. So that's really a key governance challenge that I think the county leadership, together with the members of parliament, should really allocate resources at the local level, but also pursue those great engagements. And the beauty is, from our engagement, there's much more willingness at the national government level to really support that particular process. But really, it's still a key obstacle, and it does not matter how much we do. If they still cannot access critical services, most of the challenges that we're talking about will still be there. The second thing is the financial allocation to where we think the problem is. For the last 2 days, we have spoken passionately about pastoralism, its potential to transform, and the richness, really, that pastoralism provides this particular community. But have we pondered to interrogate how much have we allocated in total to invest in what we consider as dear for our people as the main economic activity? Vincent, the last presentation of Vincent Ombaka, who was in the previous session, he presented a last slide with all the allocation for water over the 10 years of devolution from 2013 to 2022. I don't know how many of us that struck us. So if you looked at the total, all the counties, there were about 10 counties, I think they were probably from FCDC. All the counties had a cumulative allocation for water expenditure of about 8 billion shillings. But how much have those counties received over the last 10 years, between 2013 and 2022? About 780 billion shillings. So it's almost a drop in the ocean, yet we are passionately advocating for this strategic livelihood that has the potential of unlocking our region. So the aspects of financial allocation is very, very critical. So let's really they say if you want to be serious, if you want somebody to take you seriously, also show them where you have put resources, right? Even as our personal resources, we put where we feel that they are going to make lots of impact. So you can see water is about 8 billion shillings. Livestock, actually, it was an average of 10% of the cumulative revenue that all the 10 FCDC counties have received for the last 10 years. So this amount is it's good amount, yes, but based on the proportions of the problem we have, it's like sort of a drop in the ocean. So again, I think for the leaders, you have your work cut out, both at the national level, those ones who advocate for resources to come to the county, but also leadership at the county level who prioritize where these resources are going. Okay, thanks. Lastly, I'd just like to speak about coordination. Coordination is an acceptable way of work, well entrenched at the national government and also at the county government. However, it is hampered by several also challenges. And especially at the county level, what we have seen is where is the convening mandate? Which office has the sort of convening mandate of all the other sort of different sectors to ensure that then they can rally them around to, agree on some certain issues and really take decisions that then they can be implemented. I think for me, the best example that is working very well is through the county steering committee that is really facilitated by NDMA in terms of just bringing stakeholders together to review some of the shocks that are there, using that data to prioritize investment and so on and so forth. But sometimes the challenge is with the implementation because NDMA might not have, or that sort of platform might not have the mandate to push water, for example, to make some certain particular investment. So that is also some of the things that is really becoming sort of a challenge in terms of who has got the mandate to convene all the others, and then also ensuring that implementation or enforcement of the decisions that are made is also actually actualized. So those are just a few of the many other things that I want to take, but then probably allow me to say that for those few minutes. Thank you so much.
Now I'll invite the next speaker. 5 minutes also. Looks like we'll eat into the time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guyo. I'm just going to go through equalization. I understand So much has been said about it. But now here I'll talk from the central point where it's working. Now, generally, I'm trying to figure out, like, why is equalization part of the discussion here in the pastoralist community? I think the reason is the pastoralist community feel like they're the one of the most marginalized, and they actually feel that this fund was meant for them. I was not there during the constitutional making process, but I can see Honorable Chachu was there in Naivasha that night when the country decided to have a presidential system, a devolution system, and then there are communities that feel they are marginalized. Then the equalization fund was inserted in the Constitution. The main purpose of putting it in the Constitution, I feel the spirit, the team which was there, is to ensure that it's protected, it's not a moving target. Now, the fund is provided in the Article 204. It's supposed to provide health, services of health, water, roads, and electricity to the marginalized community. Now, this is where the problem lies. The drafters of the Constitution did not define who is marginalized. They left it to Article 204, 6 for the CRA to define who is marginalized. So the fund came into place. Immediately the new Constitution was promulgated. CRA came up with a first policy to define who is marginalized. In that sense, at that time, they defined 14 counties as marginalized. These are generally what any other person will expect to be a marginalized. So the first implementation of the fund started in 2018. In 2015, there was a delay for the first 5 years. Then that's when the implementation started for 365 projects by national government. COG went to court to say that these are the functions of the county government. The fund should be implemented by the county government. Of course, the Constitution says that the fund can be implemented directly or indirectly as a conditional grant by the counties. That brought also further delay. That delay from moving the fund from being implemented by national government to the county government, the instrument that was being put in place took up to 2021. Now from 2021, the fund is implemented as a conditional grant to the county. Now on the issue of marginalization, it's never been defined. What is the basis of marginalization? Is it historical marginalization, contemporary marginalization? Because if today we wake up, we know there are places which are becoming more and more marginalized in this country. But in my belief, or our understanding, is that the fund was supposed to take care of the historical marginalization. Now CRA has defined 1,424 areas as marginalized. For example, in Isiolo County is not defined as marginalized. You find a place in Garbatula or a certain place is defined as marginalized. So this moving target of being today marginalized, tomorrow not be marginalized, is one of the major challenges in the implementation of the fund. Because then we cannot even be able to assess the impact. The second part is the fact that the fund there are so many areas, the nature of the project that the equalization is doing for the last one financial year, the fund is so thinly spread that's also doubtful if this will have a serious impact that has been expected. Because when a fund is being placed in the Constitution, the expectation is a bit on the higher side. But now the project that are being done because an area is allocated 5 million, 10 million, of that nature that we don't expect much impact. But again, the good news is this has been brought to the attention of different policy intervention. And I want the players, stakeholders in the pastoralist community, because pastoralist community is one of the most marginalized in terms of even during the point of the drafting of the Constitution, to play critical roles through National Assembly, CRA, to ask for answers, to ensure that it meets their expectation. Now the fund, the other good side is the fund has not implemented its fund allocation from 2010 to date. The areas that is on to the government, to the treasury, or generally to the exchequer, is around 60 billion. If we can have an intervention at this point, 60 billion can play a very significant role to change the life or the main infrastructures in these marginalized areas, to the extent that the service enjoyed by other parts of the country can be enjoyed by the same. The other issue that needs to be taken care of is the issue of national government, county government, this pool and pack. I think one of the interventions that the policy makers, as the lawmakers, is to create an institution, a standalone institution, that can take care of the implementation of the fund. One of the challenges, now we're giving the fund is given as a conditional grant to the county, but unless now we ask for the branding, it's very difficult to identify what has been done by the county and what has been done by the, of course there's a politics playing in, because the county government will want to take the credit. So to assess 10 years from now, if this fund has achieved its impact, becomes also a challenge. The other issue is area of intervention. It's better to define most of the areas a county as marginalized so that they can create a major infrastructure than allocating a smaller amount of funds to every other areas, which would, yeah. So those are the generally where the fund is, but the fund is under implementation. Currently, around 1,400 projects are under implementation in 34 counties, which, because the scope has increased from 14 to 34. So, of course, about the fund is a long story, but for now, that's what we'll present to this group. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Boru was not there in the morning. There was a lot of discussion around it. I thought you would focus on the coordination. Now I invite Sister Sadia to say what that organization does and how does it help with the coordination.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Kwa majina naitwa Saadia Abdi Kontoma. I'm the Vice Chair of Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. This institution is an institution that took over the residual functions of Transition Authority. And I'll be very brief and very fast, just to highlight the roles and the mandate of Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee to this meeting. We are the secretariat to the summit where the president and the 47 governors sit. The president is the chair, and the chair of Council of Governors is the deputy or the vice chair. What IGRTC does as a secretariat to the summit is we generate agendas to be presented to summit. We all appreciate that we have different structures in this nation. We have COG, we have national government, we have institutions, ministries. And I want to say that we are all privileged to give our agendas to summit for it to be discussed, to IGRTC for it to be discussed at summit, particularly on matters now touching on the pastoralists. We also discuss on take forward to the summit emerging issues. And I think one of the issues that will come out of this forum is to identify the emerging issues that are touching on the pastoralists. Secondly, is about transfer of functions. We do unbundling of functions. Recently, we did unbundling of functions. We looked at all the elements of the devolved functions. And of importance is we were able to identify the laws that were touching on devolved functions that are a clawback to the devolved functions. We prepared a gazette notice that will be released soon. What I want to stress to this forum is the importance of Article 187. Much has been said since yesterday concerning us being pastoralists. We are unique, we are different and dynamic. So, the Constitution had also given us functions, 14 devolved functions like any other. If we are unique, if we have our own challenges, isn't it high time as communities from the pastoral society to look at those functions, see what works for us and what doesn't work for us? Are we not obligated as pastoralists to look at those functions critically and say, as much as agriculture function is devolved, this one is not working well for us? And if that is the case, then the law allows us to transfer functions to the other level of government. Article 187 allows us to transfer functions from one level to the other. Article 189 again of the Constitution speaks to us again about collaboration. How much are we collaborating with the national government if we are from the counties? And how much is the national government collaborating with the county government to support the pastoral communities for us to realize the spirit and the letter of devolution? Secondly, on transfer of functions, I heard from the deliberations here, matters of security. There's a feeling that security should be fully devolved. Then, this is an issue that we can address amongst the county governments ourselves and also the national government and invoke Article 187, which allows us to transfer functions. Same to education also, just to mention a few. I've also talked about Article 189, the collaboration between the two levels of government. Thirdly, I want to speak about disputes. From the deliberations this morning, we could hear that equalization fund, matters of equalization funds were in court for 4 years. IGRTC, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, is mandated to resolve disputes through alternative dispute resolution by IGR Act Section 33. It gives us the power to resolve disputes through mediation, arbitration, negotiation. Matters of resolving disputes through alternative dispute resolution are key to both levels of government because it enhances cooperation, it is less costly, and again in times of time, it gives us an opportunity to resolve the dispute as quickly as possible because we negotiate and agree on the issues and resolve them amicably. Therefore, IGRTC is here to resolve the disputes amongst the county government and also between the two levels of government. We also are mandated to establish sector forums. We come up with sector forums between the two levels of government so that we are able to highlight all emerging issues concerning devolved functions. Therefore, we bring the two levels of the two government together, establish a framework for them, give them the guidelines, and allow them now to convene the two levels, be it a ministry or a CEC from the counties, amongst the county government. Finally, we are mandated also to evaluate performance of the national government and the county government. But for the purpose of this forum, I want to say that it's important that being unique, as we have always been said, I don't want to use the word marginalized. I want to say that we are unique. I want to say that we are very dynamic so that we don't call ourselves marginalized, but we say we are very unique. We can't be like any other county in this country. So, as pastoral community, how much have we done to evaluate the performance of our county governments? How much have we done to evaluate the performance of the national government? Isn't it the right time now or high time for us to evaluate the performance of our county governments and also our national government? So it's a question we need to ask ourselves. IGRTC is mandated to do that. However, we need support from both levels of government. We need to be reading from the same page. We need to change our mindset from being competing with each other, but to complementing each other as to the two levels of government. We are here to support devolution. We are here to support all the counties and the national government, and we operate an open door policy. Thank you very much, Honorable, for giving me an opportunity to say briefly about Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. Asante sana. Thank you.
I'm sure a lot of people now will wake up, see that here is an opportunity and where the problem is. I just want to add a little bit of my ideas, which is we seem to always look for the problem in something called policy and laws. Yet when we even create those institutions, like this one, how many people have approached you now? How many counties have approached you with the sector or something to resolve? Very rare. So we leave it and we continue to something else. So I want to just say something about the language of continuous language of marginalization. It's not only us. You see Mulima talk about it, Costo talk about it, everybody talks about it. We are a country of complainers. And it did not just come like that. I want to say my class, the political class, when we are campaigning, we tell people what? Electors will bring you goodies. And what are the goodies? Water, something you build. We never asked what type of society we should be. So how did we end up to be a society full of thieves, liars, always chasing money, that is not thinking about itself, a society that does not think of their whole country as a whole, but thinks, so I make you a minister, but every weekend you're going to your county doing politics, you're not thinking about the whole country, you're a permanent secretary, you're not supposed to be a politician, but what are you doing? You want to run there because your people will ask you when you are there, what did you bring to us? So how can we develop? So we're not putting money to become Kenyans. We're not putting money on the things which matter. And then the worst one is this competition. And I think it has just come out very clearly. We used to have a planning system that worked. Okay, kidogo. At the moment, our planning system is broken. And it's gone into all sectors to a level where even the AGO, it has gone into it. Our vision, and Kibaki and our Serikali came up with a vision. Visions, because 5 years are not good enough to develop. So you had this long-term planning. But look at that vision and look at the midterm. Probably they are slightly resembling each other. But from there, that's where it departs. The plans for the year have no correlation with the vision or even the strategy. The plans have no correlation with the budget. So when you look at the budget and the plans which have been drawn by the ministries, there is no correlation. The worst one is, after the budget has already been put in place, if you look at the expenditure, major deviations are done within the year, many supplementaries. So how are we going to go anywhere? So the things you see in this coordination and even the counties, that's where the problem is. In my view, we haven't devolved. Health, for example, was more devolved before devolution in some counties. I think they are still devolved. So something has gone wrong. And I think maybe we should ask, appeal and support the Intergovernmental Committee to make sure that we bring out those things and become. Just one last point. As Minister of Northern Kenya, when devolution was coming, we were seeing it as double-edged sword for Northern Kenya. So we did quite a bit of studies and we did a lot of workshops so that people try to make better use of it. But I'll just give you one of the studies said. It said that devolution can be killed not by changing the constitution, by just clerical. A letter from headquarters, somebody doing something different, completely opposite to the constitution. And that level of impunity, that's why you will see that our devolution is not working. Not because the laws are not there, not because the constitution has been changed. So what is my take on this one? Can we try to make sure that we come together as one country? We are not even a federal state. We are actually a unitary state. So we have to relook at our planning, and that's where the people will be involved. That's why it will be bottom up. That's why it will be evidence-based. All these studies done by different experts. That's why it will be taken and mitigated between the community and what technical people are saying. All that is missing. With that, now I want to open the floor. And sorry, we have taken quite a bit of the time. And we'll take five. And let's get as many contributions as possible. Hey, people want to go for lunch, I can see. I don't see any hand. Okay, that's the first hand. Where is the second hand? Okay. Give him the microphone. The guy with the mask who's giving out the microphones. Excuse me. Is it working? Kuja.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Councillor Hussein Ali Abduba. Councillor Hussein Ali Abduba ni former councillor at Isiolo County Council. And we have got a national association which is called KEFOCA, Kenya Former Councillors Association. I'm the national organizing secretary. Now, core objectives of the institution is to bring, when there are conflicts, bring together the county and the national government. So far, unaona kuna tatizo ambaye kati ya counties na national government. So far, institution yenu imejaribu kufikia kiasi gani ili kutatua ile shida ambayo iko. Finally, governors. You know, one issue, one big a lion in the, an elephant in the house ambaye sisi hatukazungumzia sisi ni corruption. Corruption ile kitu kubwa kabisa ambaye imeharibu Kenya mzima na imefika mpaka kiwango wa chini, mpaka world level ile msho ilikuwa inasemekana. Tangu 47 counties na governors. Utasikia wakati impeachment, MCS they are ready to impeach the governors. Kwa sababu, sio kwa sababu hawafanyii kazi vizuri wananchi, lakini kwa sababu pengine
umezungumza sana tafadhali.
So nilikuwa nasema kwamba can we have also put in place where the councillors themselves can be recalled, can be disciplined.
Ule nyuma kabisa.
Wakati ambaye bana tumikia wananchi.
Pelekea ule nyuma. Okay. Tafadhali ni mfanye fupi fupi, otherwise mtakula lunch. Na huyo nyuma, huko mwingine huko nyuma.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Jackson Washira from the Center for Research and Development in Drylands. It's okay. I just wanted to talk a little bit about and comment on the coordination. And thanks to the panel for reflections on that. But I think the weight of the lack of effective coordination, especially at the county level, is not coming strongly enough from that discussion. Because the lack of good coordination, especially at the county level, is costing the very core of pastoralism, and as we know it, particularly the sort of the migration and movement to fallback areas. This can be exemplified by the issue of development of water infrastructure, for instance, in these areas. That we have so many actors in these areas investing hugely in the development of water infrastructure. But the areas where a lot of that water is being developed is the areas where pastoralists have traditionally relied on for migration. So the same thing is replicated in the issue of cash transfers and things like that, finding huge over-targeting and double targeting of beneficiaries. So if there is any really useful decision that can emanate from this conversation and even in the summit, is the decision of the leadership of the counties to strengthen the coordination, budget for it. There has been such huge growth of development actors, humanitarian actors in our areas, but commensurate coordination is missing. And by missing, it basically means that the much investments that we are making in these areas are going into eroding the very core of what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point. So the rapporteurs, I hope they are recording so that we take it to PLS. Who has the microphone?
Mimi kwa jina naitwa Idla Hassan. Mimi ndio Secretary General ya Isiolo Somali Council of Elders. Yangu inaenda kwa Saadia nafikiri upande ya transfer of functions. Yani kumeongea mambo ya education, you are looking at it. Saa zingine inaweza fanywa transfer of function, mnaangalia upande ya security. Yangu ni maoni tu na kuongezea kwamba one of the devolved functions wanafanya, which is actually the pillar to the population, ni health. Na ukiangalia health, ndio mimi nakuomba ya kwamba usiongeze uzito wengine. Ukianza kuleta education pandi, anza kuleta security pandi hii. Na one of the pillars muhimu sana ya health ambayo ziko kwa devolved saa hizi imekuwa ni changamoto sana kwa county government kumanage health kiwango ile ilikuwa inatakikana. So na hiyo ukijaribu kuangalia, nafikiri hata mtu ya governors watch anaweza ingia hapo ndani kuangalia ni kwa nini for the last, now we are heading to the 13 years tukielekea now the third evolution, kwa nini health haijaanza kusimama vizuri. Ni muhimu sana hiyo mambo inaangaliwa zaidi na yaangaliwa kwa nini shida. Sasa ukiongeza education, uongeze tena security, kwanza tuangalia the most important one ya hiyo health na water imekuwa devolved.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
Where are the ladies? Okay. Okay, peana tu like pande hiyo. Vile Sadia alisema hata county inaweza kupeana kwa national. Si lazima iwe national inapeana kwa county peke yake. So wanaweza kusikizana na wakubaliana hata muda.
My name is Isaac. I am the founder of Young Men Activation Movement that intends our role is to equip the youth with skills to handle issues affecting the boy child. My question is this. We have been talking about the policies that will help us to navigate the challenges that face the pastoral communities. And my question is this. What is the role of the youth? Why don't we also come up with policies that will help the youth to equip themselves, especially with, you have heard so many people are speaking about that we have been equipped so much, and yes, we're still calling ourselves marginalized community. Why don't we introduce policies even in schools whereby we can also introduce a little agriculture? I know some people will not agree with that because we need also to secure our communities and our morals. So what are being done about the youth to help them to cope with the issues with drought and the security?
Thank you. I think we'll wind up.
The last question, kindly. My friend here has asked me to also to put this question forth. Why don't we have policies to implement when the animals are being sold, they are sold on live weight and not on dead weight? That will be able to increase the profit for our farmers.
Any other?
Niko na swali moja tafadhali.
Niko
na swali bado pia, nataka pia kuongeza kwa kumso hii.
Okay.
Ningependa kuongea kwanza, mimi naitwa Peter Galwersi, mimi ni sub county peace chairman Marsabit South ama la Isamis. Ningependa kuongea mambo ya usalama. Tukifika kwa usalama, tunakuwa na challenges kama raia ambaye anafanywa chairman ya district. Kitu ya kwanza, hatuhusishi na mambo ya security meetings, na yule ana make decision na security ni wale kutoka nje, DC, DCIO, watu wa NIS, mtu mkubwa wa AP, and when they make decision, they don't put, you are not part of that meeting. Lakini they make decision ambayo saa ingine ina affect community. Kwa hivyo tunaona kama dada yangu usaidia kwa hapa, tunaona kama wananchi, they don't make decision on their peace and security issues. Na wale wana make decision saa ingine inakuwa negative. Kwa hiyo kama kuna njia ambayo mwananchi mmoja ana represent wananchi ambayo ni local, ndani ya hiyo mkutano itakuwa mzuri sana. Ili wananchi wa make decision yao wakijua vile mambo yao iko. Number 2.
Asante.
Wacha tu niseme moja.
Gani hiyo?
Sawa, asante. Ningependa kusema pia sisi wafugaji tuko na shida. Shida yetu kubwa ni wizi wa mifugo. Mimi napenda kusema kwamba tunajaribu sana kuweka amani. Watu wakiiba wala naiba tunajaribu kurudisha. A month ago nimerudisha 28 camels out of 28 ile imechukuliwa area ya Gotu. Na ni kazi ngumu sana. Kama kuna njia serikali itasaidia, tuwe na gadget ndani ya wanyama yetu, ile ambayo ya kuweka tumbo, Pastoralist Forum hii, ili wanyama ikiibua, we can track them easily, ingekuwa mzuri sana, ili tuone kwamba wanyama wetu tunafuatilia vizuri. Hii ni shida kubwa sana. Kwa sababu umenikata mfupi, niwache kiasi hiyo. Asante.
Okay. So, you want to say something? Yeah. Alafu ya mwisho atakuwa ile mkono ya pande hii. Ni hapa eh? Okay. Niliwaahidi ya kuwa tutasimamisha ikifika hapa, so
hii fikra ya coordination ya intergovernmental ni muhimu sana. Nitakupatia mfano moja ambaye tunge coordinate vizuri, nimeiangalia, naona itamaliza shida mingi. Kwa mfano, chukua basari. County government wanapeana basari. Ukiangalia figures, it's a lot of money. CDF inapeana basari. And women rep kuna basari. NGOs wanapeana. Ukitotal hiyo pesa yote iwe coordinated vizuri. Banks wanatoa. Wengine wafadhili wanatoa. Kaunti moja ukiangalia pesa ngapi inatolewa, kila mtoto katika hiyo county itakuwa na quality school education. Hiyo pesa itabaki. Lakini shida, watoto yote wana drop out of school kwa sababu hakuna fees. Na pesa unaona imekuwa budget ziko nyingi. Na mimi na hii yote ni tatizo ya coordination. So hii swala ya coordination ni muhimu sana. Ukiangalia kila sekta, tatizo moja kubwa ambaye inaleta shida.
Asante.
Ni coordination. Asante. Na lazima tuishughulikie.
Yeah, mwisho hiyo. Sadia. Uko tayari sio?
Yeah. It's a good pleasure to be here. I'm David Letoye from Samburu County and the chairperson of World Development Planning Committee. My question is just to appeal against the word known as marginalization. And when I try to see all ASAL counties are rich in everything. We are rich in natural resources. We are rich in livestock. We are rich in landscape. So why do I being called marginalized? This is a man-made constitution. How can we eradicate such word? It's man-made. And it will be possible for we to eradicate such kind of a word. It's not hard. So we need to find another word to put there instead of marginalized counties. Thank you.
Good. Now I'm going to invite the panelists to make a few comments, but the most questions were going to Sadia. But just to answer the one of marginalization, if you look at the policy of number 8 of 2012, we were very clear you went out of the word marginalization. We said achieving our full potential as a country. The potential for Kenya now is this side. Somebody, when he was making the presentation this morning, said people came up with their own idea of what is potential. And now everybody knows the potential where it is. So I think we should change our language from now. Say we want our share, let's do it, but we shouldn't be using the word marginalization. But unfortunately, it's the whole country that goes that route. Let's not use the word marginalization, because it makes you as if you are looking for something. This constitution, Court was here, he was the CEO, Chachu was in it, Abdikadir was the one chairing. You know, if you look around, unless the pastoralists are running away from pastoralism, they are all over there. So we are moving in a good way. We should stop talking about marginalization. Sadia, just to answer some of those things people said.
Thank you, Moderator, Honorable Elmi. I think I had one was on was a comment, but one was on a disputes. How many disputes have been registered so far, and how many have you resolved? Just to say on the disputes normally revolve around one functions: assets, liabilities, revenue sharing, land, any other infrastructure. Those are some of the disputes that have been registered with IGRTC between the two levels of government and amongst the county government. On functions, we have between national government and county government without elaborating much. However, I want to say that as IGRTC, we have resolved over 26 disputes out of 46 disputes. 20 are ongoing. They may take long, but we are in the process of resolving because it requires the cooperation between the parties, the goodwill from the parties, and so forth. Secondly was on transfer. Transfer, I only mentioned education and security. It was just an example. I didn't say that it will be transferred. Don't misquote me. I have no authority. But what I was trying to say, if a county feels that has challenges with security matters, then the law allows either that county to transfer that function to national government or national government to transfer to county government, and that is Article 187. A very good example, NMS and national government. I'm sure you have heard about NMS. When NMS came into place, there were about 4 functions that were transferred from county government of Nairobi to NMS. As we are speaking, we are looking at Amboseli, which is a function of a national government. However, Kajiado County and its people, through public participation, following the due process, had agreed that they want it to be transferred to Kajiado County. And now the nation is looking at that matter. It is at an advanced stage. So what I'm trying to say, kile nilikuwa nasema mzee ule alikuwa ameongea huko nyuma, ni kwamba sheria inakubali transfer function from one level to the other. Mambo ya health, you spoke about health. Kuna changamoto vile umesema. Lakini it depends with the county. For example, we are in Isiolo County. If Isiolo County you have a challenge on health matters, and you feel hii function iko na tatizo, we have no capacity on this function, again I'm saying nothing stops this county to go through the due process and transfer that function back to the national government for a period of time until when you'll have the capacity. It is allowed by law. There is no lacuna in the law. Kwa hivyo inakubalika. I don't think whether I've left, those are the areas, Your Honorable. Unless I've left something else, I will be reminded. Thank you.
You've done well. The first, karibu. Lakini ukata kabisa. Watu wanataka chakula.
So thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Elmi, and kwa wale ambao wameuliza maswali, shida ambayo tunayo ni kutosoma katiba yetu vyema. So I want to invite us to take some time and read the Constitution, even as we talk about Article 187 on transfer of functions. The functions are between governments in totality. And even as we talk about those functions in governments, from an advocacy perspective, I want to invite us to also look at the latest functions that were devolved by President William Ruto's government, rather that were transferred. For example, issues to do with museums and libraries. I believe those were the latest, Madam Sadia. And if you ask yourself, in the totality of ASAL counties, how many counties have libraries? How many people walk into those libraries to do any amount of research? The percentage will be almost negligible. So we need to demand for the deliberate political goodwill for transfer of functions that the Constitution in Schedule 4 asks that they be transferred. Health is one of those critical functions, and it really bothers some of us why the Minister of Health, that the Constitution has given the sole mandate on policy, health policy, still carries almost half of the monies that all counties receive for health budget as a service. So those are discussions that I believe we can be able to put our hands together to really push. And when we get those opportunities to speak to the minds that really sit at the apex of political goodwill, let's keep asking them to ensure that those functions that are critical to the citizens are devolved. My brother who spoke about youth, I want to ask you to engage with your county, and there is opportunity for what we call county youth policies, and the youth are given that space to be able to engage with their counties in the development of frameworks and mechanisms such as policies. And this is supposed to be borrowed from the national government, where we have the Kenya National Youth Policy for 2019. And you can engage with your director of youth and also the CEC in charge of youth to be able to fast track youth engagements. Otherwise, again, as we talk about functions, the youth function is not devolved. So think through how you want to be innovative in that, to also push for budgetary allocation and for effective youth engagement at the county level. Asante.
Thank you. 2 quick points. I'd like to start from where former Councillor Hussein asked. We have received a lot of money, but what have the funds done in terms of progress for our people? And for me, I think we're better placed to get responses to that question if we empower our community members so that more of them are joining your voices and others to ask similar questions to the duty bearers. And counties have made significant progress. You know, you have Ward Development Committee, you have got the village councils, different platforms that exist at the very lower level that really provides a very good opportunity for us to continue engaging them, building their capacity, especially around issues of social accountability, so that the more then they ask these questions, the more then counties is duty held in terms of responding to it. So I think that's an opportunity not only for government, but all the other development partners who work closely with the community. Lastly, I think issues to do with coordination, issues to do with security, they really contribute a lot, can contribute a lot to the issue of development. But what we have seen, they are largely political problems as opposed to policy or technical problems. And for me, I just finish by one quote that Mr. Mohamed Bare was here yesterday. We were once having a discussion with him, and he said he was challenging leaders from the pastoralist community, and he said when other when other counties are meeting the president, they ask for roads and water. But when you meet the president, the first thing you ask is for KPRs. Sindio? So it is our responsibility to ensure that we put pressure to our leaders so that next time they meet the president, they're able to ask the president the right questions and the right support. Thank you.
So, in summary, PLS has to talk about the coordination and how we can work as a country, and I think that hopefully has been captured. Just one thing that those of us who are old here, we know before devolution, the worst managed county, the most corrupt, is still better than what we had before. Do you agree with that? Because some people are beginning to say, oh, devolution should disappear. I think the question is, the Constitution still allows you to recall them. It allows you to impeach them. It also tells you to elect the right leaders. Why are we always just complaining towards the end? Karibu, Dada, and take over.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Honorable Elmi and the panelists. Please, you can go down. Just some quick announcements before we break for lunch. When we come back, we're going for the breakout session. So remember, they'll be clearly labeled. We have breakout room 1, 2, and 3, and there will be people to also direct you. If you still have access to the program that we have, the digital program that you can scan, just look at the conversations that are going. But just a quick highlight on what will be discussed in the various breakout sessions. In Tent 1, we're going to be having conversations on access to finance for pastoralist communities. And I'm seeing there is a representative from KCB on that team. I think I would like to know, probably the team that will be handling it, I would like to know whether it's possible for someone to use livestock as collateral, just to plug into that conversation on accessing finance and stuff like that. We have on breakout room 2, that is 10-2, we have youth, women, and emerging social issues. It's a conversation that will be moderated by Ms. Sumea Musa, who's worked in, who's a consultant in youth and social inclusion. And then we have the third breakout session that will be happening here on the main auditorium. It's an issue that elicited a lot of reaction yesterday, and I'm expecting the same today. The conversation is on land tenure, natural resources, and carbon credits. And this conversation will be led by Mr. Jaso Moku, who is the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group CEO, as well as the CEO of how we interpret the fact that, yes, you have conservancies, and probably there are animals. And Kenyans these days travel. We have a lot of domestic tourism. But does it make sense if these facilities do not serve the local community? You hear of places where it is 1 million to spend the who is a PS for ASAL. I'm just trying to get the name, but I will get that later. So lunch is 30 minutes. Please, as soon as we are done with lunch, let's break out to our sessions and convene here at 4 o'clock on the dot. Enjoy your lunch.
Innovative solutions and sustainable pathways for building resilient pastoral systems in Kenya strategically underscores the very essence of our focus, which is our collective mission to create a sustainable future for pastoralist communities. We recognize the urgent need to end drought emergencies, ensure food security, combat climate change, and build resilience.
I am very privileged to work alongside these very resilient communities in Kenya and witness their ability not only to survive, but to innovate, to adapt to challenges that many would have found overwhelming. I am talking of a woman who is in Ileret, all the way back in North Horr, or a woman in Kibish, or even in Dadaab. I find their resilience very inspiring.
And also issues to do with livelihoods diversification. You realize that during drought, these communities will lose their animals. How can we integrate crop production, livestock production, and even small businesses, so that if this community loses one item, they have a fallback plan. A fallback plan where they can be able to continue surviving, taking their children to school and all that.
Pastoralism, as we use to handle it or to manage it, is no longer tenable. And therefore, the need to come up with new ideas and new ways of managing this very, very important aspect of our life. Can we therefore now work together with these partners, with the NGOs, particularly in these regions, in the FCDC countries, on real priority areas like, what do we need in livestock? That being the mainstay of our people. Priority issues. Can we sit down together and indeed outline the key aspects of support that we require as county governors, so that we can move together and indeed create the impact that is required in our counties. Indeed, great pleasure to
open, rather officially launch this important pastoralist forum today. Asanteni sana.
Kaji nana msara la tora na kara chale DM group na jina lepo na orna bikin debat bikin at kor na dada na kada na je ketele to yoni joleng nugo bona da meta ikita ngasa aji nguturu liki safe silingini nugo tum da ai safe silingini na kiyona wiri na kiyo sandu liki safe kore bikin debat safe na yoni je training na yo training ngoji ne ripeki kona saini amukor na bikin dibira na to ginu amir nutum faida nutum to ginu peka kinkara nanu na gol bikin mer kuna to gitinang